generations to come. to uphold the honor of our land and for generations to come. And for generations to come. We'll defend our land. We believe in this nation, and we know we'll get there. We'll defend our land. We believe in Nigeria and the promise she holds, and that one day we'll shine like the sun. We're a great nation. And the promises she holds for us, and someday we would shine like the sun. From the north, south, east, and west, somebody say, if you believe, join us, say, we'll defend our land with all we have. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, say we are, yeah. We'll defend our land. I believe, and I know you do too. Yeah, 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 yeah. Never Nigeria stand up, Nigeria stand up. Join me, say yeah. We're a great nation. Oh, 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 yeah. Ooh. Here we stand as a people with one song, with one voice. We're a nation. On
Can we please be upstanding as the honouree? Dignitaries file. You're most welcome, sirs. You can do better. You're most welcome, sir. We appreciate you. We appreciate you. Thank you so very much. Whilst we are still standing, shall we please have the opening prayer to be taken by Dr. Shola Adeyoye, please. A round of applause. Adesoye, I beg your pardon.
Good morning, everyone. Shall we honor the Lord as we bow our heads to pray? Our gracious Heavenly Father, we want to thank you for the gift of today and for the gift of this moment. We thank you for this gathering this morning, even as we are gathered for the Maiden annual lecture in honor of your son, Pastor Tunde Bakare. As we gather, Father, under this banner of knowledge and progress, we thank you for the opportunity to be part of the dream of a new Nigeria. In this, our relentless pursuit of truth, justice, peace, and progress, may we leave this space inspired, ready to play our part in shaping a future where democracy thrives and where the will of the people is truly reflected in every action we take. We ask, gracious Father, for the spirit of wisdom, knowledge, and understanding to permeate this atmosphere. And at the end of the day, Father, that you alone will be glorified. We give you thanks and praise in Jesus' name. Amen. 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 Amen.
Thank you very much. Shall we please be seated? We are here this morning to honor an exceptional leader, a nation builder, someone whom the press has severally described as a fiery preacher, brutally frank and frankly honest, a teacher by excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's give it up for Dr. Tunde Bakare. We have in our midst very eminent personalities, and in a couple of minutes, we shall be ushering them upstairs. They will be our panelists for today. We all know Dr. Tunde Bakare as a nation builder, and severally, through his interventionist templates, he has been able to shape and address some critical national issues. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to introduce to the high table some of our eminent personalities that we have here seated with us today. And I would like to start with no other than someone we refer to as a legal legend in the field of law. He is a respected elder statesman, consummate intelligentsia, advocate extraordinary, a quintessential wordsmith, prolific writer, and seasoned orator. Chief Wole Olanipekun is a legal luminary with a penchant for integrity and professional excellence. He's a life bencher. And ladies and gentlemen, is one we can comfortably refer to as the Iroko of the Nigerian legal jurisprudence. Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome the chairman for today's occasion, Chief Wole Olanipekun, CFR, SAN. You are most welcome, sir. Following closely, I have the privilege of also introducing the Vice Chair for today's occasion, in person of my Lord, Honorable Justice Jumoke Pedro of the High Court of Lagos State. You're most welcome, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, we have distinguished academics in our midst, and the chief of whom is our guest lecturer of today, is a distinguished professor of law and an erudite senior advocate of Nigeria, who has excellently and successfully combined lecturing with active legal practice and has carved a niche for himself on both sides of the divide. Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome distinguished Professor Taiwo Oshikpiton, SAN. Lest I forget, Prof's birthday was actually yesterday. Same as our authentic Mama B. A round of applause for them, please. And I think one of the veterans here in our midst also has his birthday in November, if I'm not mistaken, Dr. Riben Abati. Is that correct, sir? So that suggests to me that great men and women are born in November. Is that correct? A round of applause. But guess what? Greater men and women are born in, well, you said that. You're most welcome, sir. Well, may I humbly announce the presence of the #1 citizen of Lagos State, who is ably represented here today, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu. Please, if his representative is in the hall, can we please? Oh, thank you very much, sir, for coming. Oh, okay. Is the Honorable Commissioner for Information, Lagos State. You are most welcome. Home Affairs, Lagos State. You are most welcome, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Our regards to His Excellency, Igbega Ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó, Ajumose gbogbo wa ni. For those who do not understand Yoruba, that simply means a greater Lagos is the responsibility of all. Thank you very much, sir. Also, in our midst today, as one of our guest panelists, is Senator Dr. Lanre Tejuosho. A round of applause for him, please. He's a senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria in the 8th Assembly and a former commissioner in Ogun State. He's a seasoned administrator. He's a prince of the dynasty of His Royal Majesty, Oba Dr. Adedapo Tejuosho, CON, Karunwi III, the Oshile of Okeono, Egbaland. A round of applause for him once again. Also in our midst, as our guest panelist today, is Honorable Kolade Alabi. Honorable Kolade Alabi, also a lawyer, is the chairman, Association of Local Governments of Nigeria. As a matter of fact, they call him Chair of Chair. He's ably represented here today by Honorable Ayola Fatai, who is the chairman Ajiromi, local government area of Lagos State. Ladies and gentlemen, shall we please put our hands together for him? Okay. I learned he's still on his way. So when he joins us, we'll introduce him accordingly. Ladies and gentlemen, the person I'm about to introduce to you right now needs no introduction. But we need to give honor to whom honor is due. My personal testimony of him is that he has shaped my reading culture. And I remember when he was the chairman, editorial, Guardian, board of, chairman, editorial board, The Guardian. I don't miss his articles for once. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a veteran journalist and a product of Lisha B. Grammar School. Upschool, labor, ed, potential. Ladies and gentlemen, shall we please put our hands together for Dr. Reuben Abati. Thank you for coming, sir. May I humbly, quickly recognize some other special dignitaries in our midst. I would like to recognize my Lord, the Chief Judge of Lagos State, Honorable Justice Kazeem Alugba, who coincidentally is also was a classmate of the honoree. In absentia, shall we please give it up to him? Pardon me, in our midst also, we have a lawyer and a seasoned administrator and two-time resident electoral commissioner, also a lawyer. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's make welcome Mr. Mike Igini. Round of applause, please. Thank you. I would like to recognize my Lord, Honorable Justice Atinuke Oluyemi. Thank you for honoring us, ma'am. We have very learned silks in our midst, and in no particular order, may I recognize the Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice, Lagos State, Mr. Lawal Pedro, SAN. Okay, I guess he's on his way. Dr. Dapo Olanipekun, SAN. Okay. Professor Oyelowo Oyewo. Professor A.O. Sonny, SAN. The Dean, Faculty of Law. Greatest Akokite. As a matter of fact, I've known Professor A.O. Sonny, SAN, for the past 24 years, but he doesn't know me. I don't know if there's anyone who read Nigerian legal methods here. Please, let me see your hands up. Thank you very much. That was when he was A.O. Sonny, as he then was. Now a professor of law and a senior advocate of Nigeria. Thank you very much for coming, sir. We similarly would like to recognize other notable and distinguished academics here present, just in case we miss out your name. In our midst also, we have captains of industries. Permit me to recognize the Wema Bank delegation here today. They are friends of the house, as always. I would like to recognize Dr. Mrs. Yemisi Olorunisola, the chairman, Wema Bank PLC. I would equally like to recognize Elder Shegun Olukitui, the former managing director of Wema Bank PLC. The general. With this delegation, The organizers of this event are optimistic that Wema Bank PLC shall be sponsoring our next annual lecture. A round of applause for them in advance. Thank you in advance, sir. We have in our midst civil society groups, the Nigerian Bar Association, the Wilson and Yinka Badijo Foundation. We'd like to recognize the leadership of the Gospel Apostolic Impact Network. Again, please, a round of applause for yourselves. And all pastors and church leaders here present. The leadership of CGCC, comprising the Executive Council, the Senate, Council of Pastors and Elders, leaders of the Church Council. You are most welcome, sirs and mass. We have a cross-section of undergraduate law students of UNILAG. Greatest Akokite. Thank you. We welcome members of the press crew, the NTA, TVC, channels. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in order not to bore us with more details, let's move to the next item, and we'll continue to take other items as events unfold. Shall we please be upstanding while we take the national anthem? Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Moving on to the next item is welcome address by the Chairman, Board of Trustees of the Citadel Center for Development, the organizers of this event. And this is no other than Elder Wale Lasende. A round of applause for him, please. You can do better. Thank you very much.
His Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, ably represented by the Commissioner for Home Affairs, the Chairman of this occasion, Chiwole Olanipekun, Life Venture and Senior Advocate of Nigeria, CFR, my Lord, the Vice Chairman of this occasion, Honorable Justice Jumoke Pedro, my Lord, Honorable Justice Atinuke Oluyemi, other honorable judges here present, our keynote speaker and guest lecturer for today, Professor Taiwo Shipiton, a distinguished professor of law and a senior advocate of Nigeria. Distinguished Senator Dr. Larry Tejosho. Our honoree for today, pastor and serving overseer of the Citadel Global Community Church, a very distinguished and senior member of the bar in his own right, an elder statesman and a nation builder, Dr. Tunde Bakare, LLD, Doctors of Laws, honorary causa for the Afe Babalola University, Ado Ekiti. His amiable wife, Pastor Mrs. Layide Bakare. Other senior advocates of Nigeria here present, my colleagues at the bar, pastors, elders, ministers of the Citadel Global Community Church, members of the press, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you all to this maiden edition of our annual lecture in honor of Dr. Tunde Bakare for his 70th birthday. Happy Platinum Jubilee again, sir. May God add life to your years and years to your life in Jesus' name. This annual lecture is put together by the Citadel Center for Development, a think tank center set up by the legal department of the Citadel Global Community Church in honor of Dr. Tunde Bakare and in furtherance of his aspirations and dream for a new Nigeria. The legal department of the CGCC is a citadel of learned gentlemen established to provide free legal services to the church organization and its members. It is also our mandate to evangelize our professional constituency with a view to raising disciples for our Lord Jesus in the legal profession. Our vision is to raise a new breed of legal practitioners who will change the landscape of the world's marketplace by upholding the principles of righteousness in their professional practice. Our goal is rooted in the scripture, let justice roll on like a river, and righteousness like a never-failing streams. Amos 5, verse 24. The Citadel Center for Development was set up for the advancement and promotion of annual, national, and global discourse for the entrenchment of good governance in the social, political, and economic landscape of Nigeria. Section 16 of the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria in Chapter 2 as altered provides under the fundamental objectives and directive principles of state policy that the state shall direct its policy towards ensuring A, the provision of a planned and balanced economic development, B, that the material resources of the nation are harnessed and distributed as best as possible to serve the common good, C, that the economic system is not operated in such a manner as to permit the concentration of wealth or the means of production and exchange in the hands of a few individuals or of a group, and D, that suitable and adequate shelter, right to food and food security, reasonable national minimum living wage, old age care and pensions, and unemployment, sick benefits, and welfare of the disabled are provided for all citizens. Today, all these laudable provisions of the Constitution are observed more in breach than in implementation. According to the 2022 National Multidimensional Poverty Index, 63% or 133 million people of Nigeria are multidimensionally poor. Precisely 10 years ago, the celebrant and our honoree of today, Dr. Tunde Bakare, delivered a speech at the Thanksgiving service for his 68th birthday on Sunday, the 16th day of November 2014, at the then Lateran Assembly, Akilo Road, Ogba, titled The Nigeria of My Dreams. This speech is published on pages 469 to 496 of his book titled Strategic Intervention in Governance, Volume 1. Despite the challenges faced by our nation at that material time, Dr. Tunde Bakare declared at pages 483 and 484 of the said book on his dreams for a new Nigeria as follows, and I quote, "Yes, the dream lives on. It lives on in the smile of that teenage child hawking on the streets of Lagos, hoping to add a few more naira notes to his mother's purse so she can afford the school books by the start of the term. The dream lives on. It lives on in the nets of the fisherman. In Okpoma Kingdom in Bayelsa State, we must catch for fish in an oil-polluted river. If his aged father and mother and his young wife and infant child must live to see the next day, and whose wife must find alternative fire sources, as the family cannot afford a liter of kerosene, even though the ground that produces it is only miles away. The dream lives on. It lives on in the local ingenuity of the shoemaker in Aba, who finds a way to weather the storm of power shortage and the inability to access capital as he strives to provide local content in the shoe industry, competing with importers from better organized economies. The dream lives on. It lives on in the sweat on the face of that yam farmer in Makurdi, who against all odds ensure that his part of the country lives up to its name as a food basket of the nation. The dream lives on. It lives on in the handheld devices of young Nigerians on social media who keep on the front burner of public consciousness those issues that affect Nigerian people in the hope that one day a movement for positive change will be ignited. The dream lives on in the drive of young men and young women who challenge the notion of job scarcity to start innovative enterprises, creating jobs for themselves and many others like them. The dream lives on. It lives in the hopes and prayers of every Nigerian who believes in and is working for the emergence of a new Nigeria. Dr. Tunde Bakare, even though the state of our nation seems to be sadly worse than 10 years ago, I will admonish you, sir, with Habakkuk chapter 2, verse 3. For the vision is yet for an appointed time, but at the end it will speak, and it will not lie. Though it tarries, wait for it, because it will surely come. It will not tarry. If it seems slow in coming, wait. It's on its way. It will come right on time. Your dream for a new Nigeria will come to pass in your lifetime. Nigeria will be turned right side up, and we shall have a nation that works in our lifetime. God's promises and God's purpose will surely come to pass concerning Nigeria. Nigeria shall be saved, Nigeria shall be changed, and Nigeria shall become great in our lifetime. Today, I want to sound a note of caution to the current leadership of this nation, comprising the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. The book of Isaiah, chapter 33, verse 22 reads, and I quote, "For the Lord is our judge, the Lord is our lawgiver, the Lord is our king. He will save us." So in the order of Almighty God, the judiciary is first, followed by the legislature, and finally the executive. So I want to speak directly to my own constituency today, the judiciary, concerning the state of justice in Nigeria. Unfortunately, the state of justice in Nigeria is captured in the book of Isaiah, chapter 59, verses 14 to 16. It's one scripture we have quoted and praised so long in the Citadel Global Community Church, and I pray someday we will not be reading this about Nigeria. Isaiah 55, 14 to 16, New King James Version reads, and I quote, as you listen to me, "Justice is turned back, and righteousness stands far off, for truth is falling in the streets, and equity cannot enter. So truth fails, and he who departs from evil make himself a prey. Then the Lord saw it, and it displeased him that there was no justice. He saw that there was no man, and wondered that there was no intercessor. Therefore his own harm brought salvation for him, and his own righteousness he sustained him." If you check verses 14 to 15, the New Living Translation, using contemporary words, it reads, and I quote, "Our courts oppose the righteous, and justice is nowhere to be found. Truth stumbles in the streets, and honesty has been outlawed. Yes, truth is gone, and anyone who renounces evil is attacked." This is the situation of our nation today. However, no matter the arm of government you belong to, I want to admonish you that the Almighty God owns the three arms of government, as the Bible tells me that the government is placed upon his shoulders. He oversees his creation, and you cannot crowd God out of history. In our quest for a new Nigeria, the three arms of government and the three tiers of government The federal, state, and local governments must be governed by the fear of God. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our topic for today's lecture is democratic system of local government as third tier of government in Nigeria, matters arising. It is pertinent to state that this topic is in furtherance of the controversy on the way forward for Nigeria in view of the recent Supreme Court judgment in the case of Attorney General of the Federation versus the Attorney General of Abia State and 35 others. This is reported in 2024 Law Pavilion Electronic Law Reports, page 62576. It's a case filed by the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Lateef Fagbemi, seeking full fiscal autonomy and direct allocation to the 774 local government areas in the country. The Supreme Court of Nigeria held that the 774 local government areas be given full financial autonomy as an independent segment of the Federation. In his judgment delivered by Justice Emmanuel Agim, the Supreme Court condemned the long-standing denial by state governments of financial autonomy to local governments. Justice Agim emphasized that the 774 local government councils across the country should independently handle their finances. He stressed that these funds are meant solely for democratically elected local government administrations and not caretaker committees. In addition, the Supreme Court mandated that allocations from the federal federation account intended for local governments must be paid directly to them henceforth, bypassing state government coffers. He therefore ordered immediate compliance with the judgment, emphasizing that state governments are prohibited from receiving funds allocated for local governments. Nigeria currently has 774 local governments area, yet the effectiveness of this third tier of government has been hindered by powerful and domineering governors accused of mishandling funds designated for local administration. Interestingly, funds for local governments are deposited into a joint account managed by the state governments and local governments within their area of jurisdiction. However, these funds are rarely allocated to the local government chairman, thereby bringing to question the effective practice of an independent local government system. With the Supreme Court judgment, the payment of budgetary allocation meant for the third tier government will be directly made by the Federal Account Allocation Committee, FAC, to each local government. In view of this judgment of the highest court of the land, a critical examination of the local government administration as the third tier of government in Nigeria is apt in our journey to have a Nigeria of our dreams and the supposed federal system of government which Nigeria pretends to operate. What effect will this judgment have on the Nigerian federal state? Question. My Lord Abiru JSC, in his dissenting judgment, stated that the majority judgment contradicts section 162, subsection 5, subsection 6, subsection 7, and subsection 8 of the 1999 Constitution as altered. These provisions require that the state government maintains a joint account with the local governments, where all allocations on the federation account to local government councils are paid. He further said that ordering direct payments to the local government councils with the effect of bypassing the states will be an invitation for the court to engage in judicial legislation and undermine the foundation of federalism established in the Constitution. Do we need to amend the relevant provisions of the 1999 Constitution? Question. As a distinguished legal practitioner and professor of law, I have no doubt that our speaker of today, Professor Taiwo Shipiton, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, will do justice to this topic. In the words of John W. Davis, who was the president of the New York Bar Association from 1931 to 1933, and he was also the 15th Solicitor General of the United States. He was born on April 13, 1873, and died on March 24, 1955. He gave a speech describing graphically the work of a lawyer as follows. I quote John W. Davis. We build no bridges. We raise no towers. We construct no empires. We paint no pictures. there is little all we do which the eye of man can see. But we smooth out difficulties, we relieve stress, we correct mistakes, we take other people's burden, and by our efforts, we make possible the peaceful life of men. I hope that through today's lecture, the main speaker and the panelists will be able to correct mistakes in the governance of Nigeria. And by our efforts today, we make possible the peaceful life of Nigerians. I welcome you once again to this event. Thank you for listening. God bless you all, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you very much, sir. That is our very own Elder Wale Lasende, Chairman, BOT, TCCD. Thank you. And moving on now, we'd like to, we'll be taking the citation of the honoree of today, Pastor Tunde Bakare, whom we fondly call PCB or GB by one and only authentic Mama B. A round of applause, please. To take the citation is our very own Pastor Biola Adeyola. A round of applause for her. Thank you. Please remain seated, sir, while the citation is being taken. Thank you. No, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please permit me to stand on existing protocols. Thank you so much. Pastor Bolahon Babatunde Bakare was born on November 11, 1954 in Abeokuta, Ogun State, Nigeria, into a family with a rich Islamic heritage, following a devout Islamic upbringing, which included with flying colors from Quranic school on April 16, 1967, and serving as Imam of the Muslim Students Society at Lishabi Grammar School in 1972. He experienced a remarkable spiritual transformation. On September 24, 1974, while working as a freelance photographer at Yaba Baptist Church, had a profound encounter with Jesus Christ that led him to become born again. This moment would shape the course of his life, eventually positioning him as a leading voice in Christian ministry and nation building. His educational background and legal career. Pastor Bakare began his educational journey at All Saints Primary School, Kemta, Abeokuta, Ogun State, from 1961 to 1966. He continued at Lishabi Grammar School, also in Abeokuta, from 1969 to 1973. He completed his secondary school education in Zumratul Islamia Grammar School in Yaba, Lagos State, from 1973 to 1974. During this time, he led the school in 1974 against college. During this time, he led the school in 1974 against King's College, Lagos, to win the Nigerian Red Cross Society Cup in balloon debates among secondary schools in Nigeria. Following a stint in banking at the Bills and Credit Departments of First Bank, Marina Branch, he proceeded to the prestigious University of Lagos, where he studied law between 1977 and 1980. He thereafter proceeded to the Nigerian Law School and was called to the Nigerian Bar in 1981, and afterwards had his mandatory one-year National Youth Service Corps in Lagos State at the Ministry of Justice. As a young lawyer, Pastor Bakare honed his skills under the legal luminaries in Nigeria. He worked with notable firms such as Ganifawumi Chambers and Rotimi Williams & Co., two of the most respected legal outfits in the country. As a testament to his prodigiousness, before his call to the bar, Pastor Bakare was instrumental in assisting Chief Ganifawumi in the creation of the Nigerian Constitutional Law Reports, a pivotal resource for legal practitioners and scholars. He was also reputed for winning his first case in the Nigerian Court of Appeal just 21 days after being called to the bar, following a stint. Yes, you may put your hands together. Following a stint at Burke & Co. Solicitors, where he gained rich experience in commercial practice, Pastor Bakare established his own law firm, Tunde Bakare & Co., also known as El Shaddai Chambers, on October 1, 1984. His legal career was marked by integrity, courage, and a strong commitment to justice. Called to ministry. At the peak of his legal career, Pastor Bakare received a divine call into full-time ministry in May 1988. This call led him to pioneer the first model parish of the Redeemed Christian Church of God, RCCG, an initiative that would spark the growth of the church's global outreach. His ministry journey took a significant turn when, in obedience to divine leading, he founded the Lateran Assembly End Time Church on April 1, 1989, which is now known as the Citadel Global Community Church, CGCC, where Pastor Bakare continues to lead as the serving overseer. Pastor Bakare's ministry is characterized by boldness, truth, and a deep passion for societal transformation. His teachings, often centered around nation building and governance, have resonated with millions across Nigeria and beyond. In 1995, his influence in ministry was globally recognized when Indiana Christian University, under the recommendation of his spiritual father and mentor, Dr. Lester Sumrall, awarded him a Doctor of Ministry degree in honor of his remarkable contributions to the Christian faith. Global apostolic leadership. As a global apostolic figure, Pastor Bakare is the president of the Latter Rain Ministries, Inc., Church Development Center, based in Atlanta, Georgia, USA. This ministry is dedicated to restoring the church to its scriptural pattern, with a specific focus on equipping churches and ministries for global impact. Pastor Bakare also presides over the Global Apostolic Impact Network GAIN, a network of churches, ministries, and kingdom businesses committed to advancing the kingdom of God on earth. A prolific preacher and teacher, Pastor Bakare reaches millions through the gospel television and radio outreach program, Moment of Truth. This program broadcasts to a wide audience across Nigeria and other parts of the world, offering deep insights into scriptural truth and societal transformation and Christian living. Business ventures. Pastor Bakare has also been a stakeholder in Nigeria's private sector, with interests spanning multiple sectors, including real estate, manufacturing, transportation, aviation, and international trade. His diverse entrepreneurial engagements reflect his commitment to nation building through both public and private sector initiatives. Driven by a desire to give back to society, Pastor Bakare established the Family Heritage Foundation, a philanthropic initiative aimed at providing scholarships to less privileged students from diverse backgrounds within Nigeria and abroad. His heart for service and education has had a transformative impact on countless lives, empowering young people to pursue their academic dreams without financial hindrance. Political and nation-building contributions. In addition to his pastoral work, Pastor Bakare has been deeply involved in the social-political landscape of Nigeria. His nation-building instincts were evident even during his university days, when he ran for the presidency of the University of Lagos Student Union. His advocacy and leadership earned him the nickname, the politician from the pulpit. In 1978, while still a student, Pastor Bakare thought leadership attracted the attention of National Council of Women's Societies, which invited him to deliver a public lecture titled, "The Legal Rights of the Nigerian Child." Furthermore, his early involvement in politics saw him serving as the General Secretary of the Diner Club, regarded as the youth wing of Chief Obafemi Awolowo's Unity Party of Nigeria. He shared platforms with Chief Awolowo and other UPN chieftains at the launch of the party in Lagos. Advocacy for good governance. In 2007, Pastor Bakare founded the International Center for Reconstruction and Development, ICRD, a think tank dedicated to the social, political, and economic engineering of Nigeria and other African states. This center has provided critical policy inputs and fostered dialogue on governance issues across the continents. In 2010, Pastor Bakare took his advocacy to a new level by convening the Save Nigeria Group, SNG, a coalition of pro-democracy organizations and individuals focused on promoting good governance in Nigeria. SNG played a critical role in galvanizing citizen engagement during key political transitions and is renowned for its watershed campaigns that sought to restore the voice of the Nigerian people in governance, political candidacy, and electoral impact. In 2011, Pastor Bakare participated in Nigeria's general elections as a vice presidential candidate to General Muhammadu Buhari on the platform of the Congress for Progressive Change, CPC. Whilst their ticket did not win, the alliance they fostered laid the groundwork for subsequent political developments in Nigeria. Pastor Bakare's role in the 2013 merger that gave birth to the All Progressive Congress was pivotal. His motion at the merger event on February 6, 2013 at Eagle Square, Abuja, marks the formal creation of the APC, a party that would go on to win the 2015 presidential elections. In 2014, Pastor Bakare was selected as a Southwest delegate to Nigeria's National Conference convened by President Goodluck Jonathan. During this conference, Pastor Bakare proposed the Nigeria Charter for National Reconciliation and Integration, a patriotic document that was unanimously adopted and incorporated into the final report of the conference on the basis of the Union of Nigeria's constituent parts. In May 2022, Pastor Bakare declared his intention to run for the office of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria on the platform of APC and was a contestant of the party's presidential primaries. His manifesto, built on 4 key pillars: peace, progress, prosperity, and possibilities, was a continuation of his lifelong commitment to creating a new Nigeria for every citizen. Publications and thought leadership. Pastor Bakare's influence extends beyond the pulpit and the political arena. He has lectured and given speeches locally and internationally on prominent platforms, including the Johns Hopkins University in Baltimore, Maryland, Carleton University in Ontario, Canada, and African Forum in Scotland. He is also the author of several books, including Strategic Intervention in Governance, Volume 1, a collation of speeches providing insights into his governance philosophy and proposing actionable solutions for addressing Nigeria's social-political challenges. His memoir, the last but definitely not the least, the autobiography of Pastor Tunde Bakare, released on his 70th birthday on Monday, the 11th of November, 2024, details his background and journey from birth of national and global impact. As a transgenerational collector and relentless patriot, Pastor Bakare continues to inspire a new generation of Nigerian leaders through his writings, his sermons, mentorship, and public engagements. Awards. In honor of his work on the platform of the Save Nigeria Group, Pastor Bakare was recognized as the 2010 Man of the Year by Newswatch magazine. And in 2012, he received the Golden Jubilee Alumni Award at the University of Lagos for his outstanding contributions and commitment to education and nation building. Most recently, in recognition of his intellectual and active contributions to nation building, Pastor Bakare was awarded the honorary doctorate, LLD, by Afe Babalola University in Ado Ekiti. His personal life. Pastor Bakare is married to Pastor Mrs. Laide Bakare, fondly known as Mrs. B, and they are blessed with 5 children and grandchildren. Together, they have nurtured a family built on Christian principles and are deeply involved in both ministry and philanthropic efforts. Through his multifaceted roles as a pastor, a lawyer, an entrepreneur, and political activist, Pastor Bolahon Babatunde Bakare has left an indelible mark on Nigeria's spiritual, social, and political landscape. His legacy of nation building, speaking truth to power, and advocating for good governance continues to shape the nation's trajectory. Thank you so much for listening.
You can do better, please. A round of applause. Thank you very much, Ma. For those who think that pastors' activism started just yesterday, let me tell a small story. With your kind permission, sir. For those who have been to pastors' ancestral home in Abeokuta, there's a particular room. That room, you see several inscriptions while pastor was still a young boy in the city of Abeokuta. One of those inscriptions that still got stuck to me or with me till today is, gentility without ability is the father of stupidity. Please don't ask how I got to know. A round of applause for him, please. And I can bet you that that inscription was in the 70s, 69, 70, 71. I can't readily recollect, but I know. Thank you very much. So moving on to the next item. But before I do that, let me once again properly recognize the representative of His Excellency, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, Honorable Layode Ibrahim, Honorable Commissioner, Home Affairs. Thank you very much, sir. I was also made to understand that one of our guest panelists is here. We'll bring him upstage at the appropriate time. Okay. Without much ado, we shall also be taking the citation of the guest lecturer. Please put your hands together for distinguished Professor Taiwo Oshipiton, SAN. You know, for you to be a distinguished professor, that is not yam. Kindly be seated, sir. Prof has been in the classrooms while some of us were still crawling. Thank you very much for all you do, sir. To take the citation of Prof this morning is our very own Mr. Adefisoye Okunade. A round of applause, please. Thank you.
I respectfully seek the kind permission of the chairman, Chief Ole Olanipekun, CFRSEN, to stand on the existing protocol firmly established already by Edawale Lasayinde, the Chairman Board of Trustees, TCCD. Distinguished Professor Taiwo Adetayo Oshipiton, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Fellow Nigerian Institute of Chartered Arbitrators, FCARB, Fellow Nigerian Institute of Advanced Legal Studies, FNIALS, is an alumnus of the University of Lagos from 1977 to 1980, where he studied law, just like the honoree. In September 1980, he proceeded to the Nigerian Law School, Victoria Island, Lagos, for the mandatory practical training preparatory to his being called to the Nigerian bar. He was called to the Nigerian bar in July 1991, just like the honoree, and was consequently enrolled as a barrister and solicitor of the Supreme Court of Nigeria. In the 1981 law school bar final examination, He emerged the best student in civil procedure. This earned him the coveted Honorable Justice Shomolu Prize for the best student in civil procedure. Between September 1981 and September 1982, distinguished Professor Oshipitan, SAN, FC, ARB, FNIALS, was a postgraduate student of the London School of Economics and Political Science, which was then one of the colleges of the University of London. In December 1982, he was posted to his alma mater, that is the Faculty of Law, University of Lagos, for his primary assignment as a youth corps member. After his service year, he was employed by the University of Lagos as lecturer grade 2 in November 1983. He rose progressively to lecturer grade 1, 1985, senior lecturer 1988, associate professor 1992, and professor of public law in 1998. At different times, he served as the acting head and head of Department of Public Law, University of Lagos. He was at different times a part-time lecturer at the Lagos State University and Olabisi Onabanjo University. He was also a member of the Governing Council of the Lagos State University. In July 1998, he was appointed Special Advisor on Constitutional and Legal Matters to the Chief of General Staff and Vice Chairman of Provisional Ruling Council of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, late Admiral Mike Ohai Aigbe. In September 2002, distinguished Professor Oshipitan, SAN, FCARB, FNIALS, was elevated to the rank of Senior Advocate of Nigeria, highest recognition accorded legal practitioners who have distinguished themselves in the legal profession in Nigeria. In 2012, he was conferred with the Fellowship of the Nigerian Institute of Chartered Habilitators. In May 2018, he was elevated to the status of Distinguished Professor of Law by the University of Lagos. He was, in February 2022, conferred with the Fellowship of the Nigerian Institute of Advanced Legal Studies. He presently chairs the Board of Directors of University of Lagos Consultancy Services Limited, Legal Advisory Services Board of University of Lagos, and Faculty of Law, University of Lagos Alumni Relations. Professor Oshipitan is a member of the Governing Council of Taisholari University of Education, Ijebu-Ode, Ogun State. For his selfless service within and outside the University of Lagos community, Professor Oshipitan is a recipient of so many awards, including St. Thomas More Catholic Community, University of Lagos Award, in recognition of his immense contribution to the legal profession. University of Lagos Faculty of Law Class of 2010 Award for the Most Outstanding Public Law Lecturer, Nigerian Institute of Advanced Legal Studies Award for Legal Scholarship, National Association for Law Teachers Award for Excellence and Rotary Club of Nigeria Appreciation Award. He was cited in the Radiance of Silk as one of the 100 most inspiring senior advocates of Nigeria. Professor Taiwo Oshipitan, SAN, and his colleague, Professor Yilowo Yewo, SAN, was cited with approval by the Supreme Court of Nigeria in the anti-corruption locus classicus case of Attorney General of Ondo State and the Attorney General of the Federation, reported in 2002, Volume 9, Nigerian Weekly Law Report, Part 772, page 222. In the early days of his career, he taught the Nigerian legal system and law of commercial transactions. He presently teaches constitutional law, law of evidence, and criminal law at undergraduate level, while at the postgraduate level, he teaches comparative criminal law and comparative constitutional law. Professor Oshipitan has successfully supervised several undergraduate and postgraduate research theses. Distinguished Professor Oshipitan, SAN, FCRB, FNIALS, has written over 70 articles in peer-reviewed journals and chapters in scholarly books. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Taiwo Shipitan, SAL.
Thank you very much, sir. I think with these two citations, we are good to go home. We can just take our seat and proceed home. With your kind permission, may I humbly introduce one of the panelists who came in not quite long. I think he had some logistic issues, with due respect. In person of Honorable Ayola Fatai. Honorable Ayola Fatai is the chairman of Ajiromi Local Government Area of Lagos State. He's actually representing Honorable Kola Alabi, who is the chairman, Association of Local Governments of Nigeria. A round of applause for Honorable. You know, we have so many honorables in here today, and that is not far-fetched. It has to do with the subject of contemplation today, which is local government administration. So these are the lawmakers, the lawgivers in that sphere. Thank you very much, sir. You're most welcome. Now is the moment we've been waiting for. Ladies and gentlemen, let's fasten our seatbelts as distinguished Professor Oshikpiton comes to the podium to deliver his key.
The landlord of everyone who is here in Lagos State, that's the governor of Lagos State, ably represented by the Honorable Commissioner for Home Affairs. Recognize you, sir. That recognition also confirms that at least our stay in Lagos and our CFO are assured, no revocation, no acquisition, and so on and so forth. The honoree of today and his amiable wife, Pastor Bakare and Pastor Mrs. Lady Bakare. I was here, I was with them last week on Monday, and they said authentic Mrs. Bakare. And all the others are counterfeits. And there are no others. I would say, with your permission, that I'd like to refer to her as the one and only Pastor Mrs. Tunde Bakare. Because there are other Bakaris also, but we can distinguish by saying Pastor Mrs. Lady Tunde Bakare. The chair of today's event, my own Egbon, who is also my employer, and who is here to mark my script, Chief Wole Olanipekun, SAN. I also have in the house my own also, a former pro-chancellor of University of Lagos, who I call, although he calls me Egbon, but I call him my emeritus former employer. I did not say ex-employer, I said former employer. There's a difference between ex-employer and former employer. I say no more. Dr. Larry Tejuoshu. We also have in the house our own classmate, Honorable Justice Jumoke Pedro. We recognize you, ma'am. Without much ado, I'll also acknowledge other members of the panel, but permit me to also specially recognize, let's say they are bankers and they are bankers, but this one, I had cause to interact with him, and it changed my perception of bankers. Bankers, I'm sorry I'm here, but the boys who are on the street, who are in the banks are noted for sharpness in all ramification. But today, I would like to specially recognize and appreciate a banker par excellence, a banker who carries out banking with fear of God. Today he's retired, but he's not tired. And indeed, a good ambassador of Citadel. I say, sir, I respect and I continue to respect you, Mr. Shegun Oloketuyi, and his amiable wife. They are bankers and they are bankers, and I mean it from the depth of my heart. He carries out banking with Christian ethics and a good ambassador of the Christendom. Finally, I have in the house, he was my student. He was my doctoral student. But today, by the grace of God, the young has grown. He's my boss and the Dean of Law, Professor Abiola Soni, SAN. And finally, I have in the house my wonderful students, of the greatest and incomparable faculty of law. They are here. Great Akokite. Great Akokite. Greatest of the greatest of the greatest of the greatest Akokite. Great. Thank you so much. I would like to start by saying that I'm happy to be here. And I must thank Mr. Abayomi for the invitation which he extended to me. When he requested that I should do a paper or like a keynote, I said, and he told me all the details. I had no choice because Pastor Bakare and I were classmates in that great faculty of law. We sat on the same row for 3 years. Come law school, same role in law school. But don't ask me whether it is front row, middle row, or we'll keep that one to ourselves. And don't ask me what we discuss, what we are discussing. So that explains why I heartily accepted the invitation. Apart from that, we share the same month. 11/11 his own. Mine is 14/11. And in the house, I also have 14/11 here. My wife, 14/11. My twin sister, 14/11. And Bakare, 11/11, also with my father-in-law of blessed memory. So there's so much ties, so much connection, and so I am happy to be here. The topic is as stated in the lecture note: democratically elected local government councils as third tier of government in Nigeria, matters arising. Now, this topic, I must acknowledge, arose from the recent decision of the Supreme Court on autonomy of local government council. Now, the paper is in 10 parts. And if I say I want to read 36 pages, I will have lost the audience. I intend to summarize some parts, and I intend to read some parts. Within 30 minutes, we are done. But the whole idea is that you go back home and be able to read the paper. Again, the paper is doing justice to Pastor Bakare's antecedents as a student union activist. And also, he has continued to have relationship with politics. But today, we are not going to talk about politics at national level. Not at the state level, but at the grassroots level. Yours truly, today, let's us confess positively that Nigeria, all is well, all will be well with Nigeria. But at the federal level, at the state level, at local government level, there's cause for concern. And my own is that you would have 3 levels of government: grassroots level, intermediate level, and the apex level. If you start from that top, your reform, you're not likely to get it right. But if you start from the grassroots level, which is the foundation, and you build it on a solid foundation, that's why people who are coming from the grassroots are moving up gradually. They become stakeholders. By God's grace, we'll get it right. But if it's doing it from the top, you're not likely to get it right. So the topic, as it relates to local government, is indeed a very apt one. So like I said, we have 10 parts of it, but in terms of presentation, we would read out the introduction and read out the area of matters arising after presenting the Supreme Court decision to you, read that one out, matters arising, then my own thoughts. I do not pretend that I have a solution to everything, but I will just present you my widow's mite in terms of these are the things I think we should do in moving forward. So I'd like to start by saying that the 1979 Constitution marked the pivotal movement in Nigeria's political history, as it was the first to expressly recognize the concept of local government council as a vital component of governance. 1979 Constitution also elevated local government councils to the status of the third tier of government by granting them constitutionally defined jurisdiction and responsibilities. It also mandated every state in the federation to enact laws in order to ensure that their establishment, structure, composition, funding, and functions. Significantly, 1999 Constitution also retained and expanded on the framework of local government established under 79 Constitution, thereby reinforcing Nigeria's federal structure. Today, we are happy to report that the federation consists of 768, FCT. Then you also have 36 states, 768 local government areas, and 6 area council. Of course, their responsibilities are also there. We also cited section 7, subsection 4, which allows you to have participatory democracy at local government level, which is to say the right to vote and the right to be voted for. Because we are talking about democracy. While local government predates 79 Constitution, haven't evolved through colonial rule, independence, and military administration, their potential as engines of grassroots development remains largely untapped. Despite the robust legal framework and constitutional provisions, many local government councils continue to struggle with inefficiency and underperformance. Challenges abound. They include hijacking of political processes, the use of caretaker committees instead of democratically elected councils, financial mismanagement, underfunding, and diversion of funds by state officials. These systemic issues have undermined the capacity of local government to fulfill their mandate of driving rapid and inclusive development in their respective areas. Now we identified what we would proceed in terms of what the papers contains. It says that paper begins with an exploration of theoretical foundations of local governance, setting the stage for an analysis of its development in Nigeria before and after independence. This is followed by an examination of existing and constitutional structures, as well as the threats posed to local government, political autonomy, and financial viability. Judicial intervention is notable. In notable cases are also discussed to highlight judiciary's role in safeguarding local government. Finally, the concluding section proposes practical reforms to empower local government councils as truly autonomous and effective third-tier government. Now, the second part, which I intend to speak to, is like, what do you understand by local government? It has been variously defined. We have produced the definition of Abdul Razak there. We also produced the UNO Office for Public Administration as how they define local government. That you will find at page 5. Again, you have local government being described in the 1976 guidelines for reforms of local government at page 5 also. Then you also have Arewa saying that the lowest local government is the lowest unit of administration to whose law and regulations the community who live in a defined geographical area with common and social and political ties are subject. It's talking about bunching of people that have common ideas common goals, common objectives, common faith together. That when you and I are in a local government, we can speak our language, we can speak our dialect, we can identify our common problems and solve those problems. If you're able to do that, then you move to the next stage. That is a summary of the definition and description of local government that I have put there. Again, we looked at democracy because we are identifying the topic, democratically elected. Democracy, democratic system of government, and so on and so forth. We adopted the popular Abraham Lincoln's definition of being government of the people, by the people, for the people. People's government acknowledges the fact that sovereignty in any establishment belongs to the people. And these people that have the power can exercise their sovereign right by deciding who to vote for. They vote for you for 4 years. If you underperform, they vote you out. If you perform very well, they return you. In other words, the voice of the people should be heard and not be suppressed. And that's all about a democratic system of government. From there, page 7, we look at theories. Why do you need local government? Nigeria, for example, has 3 levels of government today. Under the Constitution, you have at the apex, at the highest level, federal government. At the intermediate level, state government. And the 3rd level is local government. Why do you need local government? People are complaining that the cost of governance is high. But these theories of local government justify why local government should exist. In other words, people are saying that local government ensures what they call political participation at grassroots level. It enables you people to gather together and be involved in your affairs. It's easier for me to be heard in the area where I live without belonging to a political party than for me to be heard at the state level. And even if I'm heard at the state level, for me to be heard by the powers that be in Abuja without belonging to a political party or being a political stalwart like my emeritus employer, they can be heard there. But when we get to our own community, he will be heard, I will be heard. And those of us who know us will decide whether they want to hear me or they want to hear him. But when we get to the national level, I can't be heard. That's the whole idea. In other words, participatory democracy. Again, you're also looking at local government as engine for development. The whole idea of devolution of power is to ensure that governance is brought to the grassroots level, whether at the state or local government level, so that if governance is brought nearer to you, you can walk up to the local government council and say, local government chair, there is no road in my area. There is no market in my area. So, and he will hear you because he needs your vote, and he will do what he needs to do. Again, there is also the theory that local government democracy enables people to be groomed. In other words, you want to serve at national level, start at the local level. When we see what you do, we will promote you to the state level, like a training ground, like what lawyers call pupillage, or doctors call house job. Come and do it first at this local level. If you're able to do it at local level, then we can trust you and allow you to proceed. So those are the theories. Again, local government is also seen as efficient service provider. Because they are near the people, they can efficiently and effectively address the problem of the people. The 4th part talks about development of local government in Nigeria. It's purely historical. When the colonial master came, they found us southwest. We had our own areas. The chiefs, the obas, are well respected. Southeast, they didn't have them like such. So they created So what they did was to now do what they call indirect rule. Empowered the Obas to rule. They were responsible for the development and safety and security of their own area. That is a summary of that. And also, we looked at 76 reforms, 79 reforms, and also 1999 Constitution. The point we landed is that by 1999, by 79, local government had become recognized as a level of government. Before then, they were neither here nor there. Military will come and abolish the constitution and made local government as integral part of the governor's office. But courtesy of 79 and 99 constitution, it is no longer possible. It's a recognized level of government. My students will tell you that in Nigeria today, we have 3 levels of government, 3 tiers of government: federal, state, and also local government. So that's the summary of the chapter 4, the 4th part. We'll now move to page 10, which is the legal framework. What are the laws that ensure that local government exists as part of our legal structure? These we have reproduced the relevant provisions. For example, Section 7, subsection 1 of 1999 Constitution, as amended or as altered, makes it clear that the system of local government by democratically elected local government council is under the Constitution guaranteed. That is a charter. That is something that says that nobody is allowed to abolish local government. Local government has come to stay. And the abolition of a local government is a no-go area. That itself gives you the issue of political autonomy for the existence of local government. Again, we look at section 7, subsection 4. Now, if you create local government, you must find a way of ensuring that they exist. In other words, they are there as a local government. They are also entitled to share from the federation account. Section 7, subsection 4, Section 7, subsection 4 deals more with rights to vote and be voted for. That is all political autonomy of local government and people who want to contest election. But finances of local government, why create local government if they will not have the wherewithal to finance their project? The strategy in Section 7 of 6 is to show or to say or impose obligations on both National Assembly and State House of Assembly to make provisions for the financing of local government council. That's what you have in 7 subsection 6. But the meat of the paper is where you have a section 162, 5 to 8. 5 to 8. 5, for example, which was interpreted by the Supreme Court, provides that the amount, when you make allocation for them from federal account, that amount of money must be paid to them. But it says that in so doing, you must pay their funds through state governments. So the issue is whether state government is just a mere collecting agent, or what they call a courier, for couriering money from Abuja to local government, or they are stakeholders, they are part owners, so that they can decide how local government spends its money. I think that is where the problem arose. But again, after that one, 6 talks about the money collected by state government from Abuja should go into state joint local government accounts. from where it is disbursed to local government. I was just discussing with Chief Alan that Nigeria's problem, I'm going to ask you, is it about the Constitution or about bad operators of the Constitution? I keep on saying so. It could be both, but one is more prominent than the others. As we go on, analyze the cases, I will still ask you whether it's about bad law or bad operators of the law. So you look at 7 also, each state is supposed to pay money to local government. So all these provisions are designed to ensure that local government have solid financial standing. Again, we looked at the various powers given to local governments. Local government councils, they are responsible for collecting rates, licensing bicycles, and so on and so forth. I've put them out at page 12. But the issue really is, what you have to ask yourself is whether these powers are enough. For example, there's a controversy as to who has the power to register marriages as between federal government and local government. If well interpreted, it might turn out that most marriage certificates issued by Ikoyi there, federal. Maybe if they issue it in Abuja, yes, federal. I'm still looking at it. One day, you challenge that certificate, whether indeed Ikoyi there can really register marriages. I say no more for now. But there are areas of conflicts here and there. You also looked at local government elections that they are supposed to be conducted by state independent electoral commission. But the law which they will use must be in alignment with the federal laws. Also, the voters' registers that must be used. We are conducting an election at local government level. We are using a register of voters compiled by INEC. How do you do it? Election at third tier of level of government. But there must be a current register prepared by a federal body or a national body called INEC. I don't know how comfortable you feel with that, but these are issues we are looking at. Also, the qualifications for elections are also there. Citizen of Nigeria, 25 years ahead, 25 years old, educated to secondary school level. Again, you may need to interrogate that. Secondary school level. Sorry, secondary school level, yes. What does it mean? It's as low as primary school living certificate. It's as low as any qualification acceptable to either INEC or State Electoral Commission. Yes, Electoral Commission. The bar has been secondary school level. It's not the same secondary school level that you and I know. If you go to Section 318 of the Constitution, the bar is very low. What you have to decide is whether, when you want to entrust your affairs to people, whether they must have basic minimum education, or whether because it's local government, you can entrust it to somebody who cannot read and write. When they are discussing budgets and other issues, it's not following. I always say, let the eyes have it, those who say I, and he's looking at it too. But it's not following the discussion. These are the kind of problems that are confronting us. But then we have to decide whether this is what we want or you want to up the game. Then page 13 talks about threats to local governments. That at different times, local governments have been threatened by the states, by also the federal government also. We cited the case of Knight Frank and Rotley, where the state government entered into a contract with this valuation company that for the purpose of collecting how much you and I will pay as tenement rates in on our houses, that somebody who has a contract with federal government, with a state government, should be the person that will do the evaluation. The question is, what is state government's business with valuation of properties where tenement rates are also meant to be controlled by state government, by local government? Again, the Lagos issue, at the right time, we'll have to interrogate it. Lagos has a law that talks about land use, land use charge. Embedded in land use charge are tenement rates. There's also, maybe if you are government tenants, ground rates. The moment you put land use charge, you put tenement rates inside it, I'm not too sure that that law can stand the test of time. But time will tell. But these are in caution. What is the state government's business in helping local government to collect tenement rates? How much of the money do they return back to the state, to local government? How accountable are they to local government for the funds they have collected? These are issues which are staring us in the face. You also look at the case of Bamidele, where Lagos state government, not under your watch, earlier on, decided to go and regulate market, which is under local government council. And the court said, no, you can't do that. These are what they call threats to the existence of local government. In other words, going into the areas reserved exclusively for federal government, for local government. You also have cases where governors see local government as their cash cow. So what are they doing? Cash cow in two areas. In terms of mobilizing votes during election. That is where the votes are. So what do? They get impatient with democratically elected local governments of officials. They will now either suspend or cancel the local government and now put their own interim government or interim administrators. That, I believe the courts have said, that is not right. That you cannot short-circuit the life of a local government, democratically elected local government council. So the courts have said no to that. But these are the kind of threats that local governments are facing. I have looked at the cases of Amoda and Oyo state government, Oyo, and also Umar and Kaduna State, all pointing to that. Also, Adeneji Adele against governor of Lagos State. Election is coming. All you just do, dissolve it and put your loyalists. I've had cases of people coming to me and say, help us talk to the governor. That to make us, to put us forward as a candidate during the forthcoming election. And their selling point to me is, I tell the governor, we are loyal to him. Loyalty is selling point. No governor will put anybody who is not loyal to him there. They are the one that control the party structure, and they're the one that will also, in controlling the party structure, decide who. You can come, they will say come with 3 or 4 names. The one that came topmost at local government, if he's not loyal to them, they will leave him and pick number 3 or number 4. That is what is happening. And if just truly I am number 4 and I'm picked by governor, my loyalty is to the governor. Even if he sees taking 50% of my funds, I dare not talk. And if I talk, he will impeach me. That is the kind of problem. But the courts have risen to the occasion. You also have situations where laws are also passed designed to elongate the life of a local government. This local government is very loyal to us. Can we prolong the life by another 1 or 2 years? It gets the assembly to pass law to elongate. In other words, short-circuiting is removing. Elongating is also part of the threats that local governments are also facing. In all these cases, the courts have said that you can't dissolve local government. It cannot happen. Listen to Kekere Ekun, JSC, as it then was in AP, that's page 17. APC and others against Enugu State Independent Electoral Commission says that no tenure can be extended beyond the period stipulated at the whims and caprices of the governor without an amendment of the existing law. In other words, that's court saying, no, you can't do that. And we also have pronouncement on short-circuiting, that you cannot short-circuit. So it cannot extend. Neither can you short-circuit. You must go by the spirit and letters of the law. Inadequate funding is a problem because governors were the ones that collect on their behalf. And because they have their stooges there, most of the funds don't get to local government. They are starved of funds. And federal government became worried about that, and at one time or the other, a law was passed to enable federal governments monitor funds to local governments. Again, the court said that law is not right, that federal government has no right. It has no oversight powers over funds allocated to local governments. Then we are moving towards the end, page 19. There you have the AG of Lagos State against AG of the Federation. That itself is cited as an example of threat by federal government to suffocate and to kill local government in Lagos State. You recall that once upon a time, we were all in that case. Okay, Chief was there, or Chief Williams. Once upon a time, Lagos State government, under Tinubu BT, created 57 additional local government areas. 57. Is it 37 or 57? Sorry, the law report is reading 57. I'm not sure. Is it 27, 37, or 57? Oh, okay, 37 plus 20. Sorry. 37, making 57, as against 20. The soldier in OBJ said, he will not have this done. He now said, Accountant General of the Federation withhold the funds due to all local governments in the Federation. You know, you were just moving from military to whatever, so that was a federal might. That case challenged that decision, that you can't do that. And the Supreme Court rose to the occasion to say, no, you don't have a right to withhold funds due to the local government. If they decide to go and spend it they want, how they distribute it is their headache. So long as they are not getting more than their allocation. And the Supreme Court actually used the word that if Mr. President had any issue with the state government on account of creating of additional local government areas, he should approach the court for resolution of such issue and not kill, the word kill, local governments. In other words, you can see the Supreme Court rescuing state government, local government, from being suffocated by the federal might. Again, we now come to the AG of the Federation and AG of Abia State, which is the most recent decision of the Supreme Court in August 2024. July 2024. That case, Attorney General woke up and felt that political and economic autonomies of state governments, of local governments, are being affected by federal government, by state government, through the withholding of their funds. So the issue arose, and the court said, well, here we are. Let's see how we can. The court said there were objections to the case, that what is the federal government's business in how the state treats local governments. And the court came to the conclusion that, well, as far as they are concerned, it will be better that the federal government, the state government cannot abolish local governments. In other words, he gave them political autonomy. That case was 6-1. Agim was leading judgment. You have Abiru dissenting judgment. But there are some areas that they all agreed. They both agreed that politically you cannot suffocate them. You cannot do anything that will affect them. But when it came to the issue of finances, it appears they had divergent views. 6 of them said, as far as they are concerned, state government that collects money must pay the money now. The money from federal account must now come directly to local governments. That no more intermediary, that you pay them directly, and that they have no right to hold any part of it. So they were asked to go and open an account in which they will be paying. So that will obviously kill pages 23. Also brought out the relevant pronouncements of the courts in those particular area. We also look at page 26, looking at the dissenting judgment of Abiru and how he came out powerfully to say that in AG Abia State, this is what the Supreme Court held. So, as he's not persuaded to reverse it, Agim was silent on that decision. And you and I know as lawyers that precedent remains the cornerstone of our. But that judgment, if you read it very well, Agim and others, they were very emotional. That state government were overstepping their bounds, and so on and so forth. So from there, we quickly, because I've been warned by the chairman not to overstep 30 minutes. I hope I'm still within time, sir. Sorry? Injury time? Sorry? Really? Ah, sorry, I understand I've spent 25 minutes. So by way of, we would quickly move to 34, which is the conclusion. In that conclusion, we have the following. Local governments in Nigeria have long struggled under the weight of political and financial manipulation by state governors who undermine their ability to function effectively as third tier of government. The Supreme Court's recent decision is a significant attempt to liberate local governments from this constraint, particularly through the enforcement of financial autonomy. However, the judgment has raised pertinent questions. One is the conflict between that decision and that of the apex courts. That decision and the AG Abia State. So you can deploy your law of a legal system. Which of the cases should prevail? The latter in time, as this case impliedly overruled the former. Or some judges will say, where there are two conflicting decisions of the Supreme Court, you can pick and choose which one you want. That is a problem that I've identified. Then also, the decision is also a wake-up call that there's a gap in the Constitution. So there may be need to amend the Constitution to reflect that decision. Then I also said that I'm not so comfortable with using state electoral commission to conduct election at local government level because they are capable of being manipulated by the state government who appoints them and funds them. Then also, why must local government rely only on federal and state funding? They must go into some partnership, private partnership with the private sector to be able to raise funds so that they don't go cap in hand, begging the governor all the time for one thing or the other. You also identify that in that judgment, the court said that any governor that abolishes local government is guilty of impeachment. Sorry, is guilty of misconduct. But what that means is that it's possible to now stretch it further and use that decision to impeach a governor, if it is possible to do that. You can mount pressure on your representative to ask for impeachment of a governor who decides to abolish all local governments. And again, the officers who assist them in actualizing it, you can create some offenses no offense now, but you can create offenses that has to do with local government abolition or short-circuiting of their tenure. I think we also said that local government autonomy is more than a legal concept. It is necessary foundation for grassroots development and effective governance. Achieving this autonomy requires a combination of constitutional reforms, judicial enforcement, and citizens' activism. With these measures, local government council can finally fulfill their constitutional mandate as engines of development and democratic representation at the grassroots. Permit me to end by thanking you for your attention. Thank you.
Once again, a round of applause for our guest lecturer, distinguished Professor Taiwo Oshikwito, SAN. Thank you very much, sir. May I, on behalf of the trustees of TCCD, appreciate the distinguished professor. He actually made this available to us free of charge. Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate. Now, before we go to the panel session, I'll humbly like to invite the chairman to give his opening remarks shortly before the panel session, to declare the panel session open. And thereafter, I will hand over to our veteran, Dr. Reuben Abati, to moderate the session. Thank you very much, sir.
May I welcome all of us to this event in honor of our own, of a man, to me, I would describe as being sui generis. A pastor of pastors, a national interventionist, a patriot of no mean order, a high-flying scholar, a nationalist, a gentleman of the highest of grades. I was whispering to him when I sauntered into the executive lounge there that, Tunde, you are welcome on board. I want to believe that I'm the oldest person here. And if anybody is older than me, I declare myself as the oldest because I'm the chairman. And so we welcome you to the cabal of the elders. And the Yorubas will say, Now, let me say this about you briefly. I won't spend more than 10 minutes. And for all of us to hear, we need prophets like you. We need priests like you. We need clergymen like you. In times like these, it's not a question of you presenting the homily. We've had so much of homilies. It's a question of those of you who mount the pulpits to go through the Bible, through the scriptures. Nathan was a prophet, was he not? David was a king, and as well as the president of Israel. He combined everything. And he went to him on the authority of the living God. And he said, thus says the Lord. Elijah was a prophet. Ahab was a king. And he went to him, he said, you and your wife, this will happen. And that it will not rain. Pastors, prophets, whatever denomination, must be interventionists. And that's what you represent. I'm happy, and those of us who were born in November, it's part of our trademarks, November Day. It's not by accident. Divine intervention, fingers of God on those of us who are born in November. Don't envy us. I see my Lord already. Now may I just say to you, sir, as your days are, so shall be your strength. My very good friend, one of the very best the profession has produced, and I say that the African continent can boast of, Taiwo Shipitan, the horse. I said it all. And again, this is the way to mark the celebration, to celebrate people like you. It's not whining and drinking. It's a question of scholarship. Our nation needs that now. I don't want to preempt the interventionists, but then I'm not a robot. I'm a Nigerian. The topic is tickling, also tempting, and also controversial. I don't know what the Prince or Princess will want to say, my predecessor in office. But let me just say a word. I agree with what my brother Silk has said, but not in toto. We must put on our thinking cap. Supreme Court has given a judgment. The National Assembly is saying we want to implement the judgment of the Supreme Court. Is it the dog that is wagging the tail, or vice versa? Primary duty of court is to interpret the law. You might have radical or purposeful interpretation. I agree with the reasoning. Yes, governors are meddling with the funds of local government. But then, Shakespeare said, the fault is not in our stars, but in ourselves. The fault is in the ground norm itself. How many judgments will our apex court give in respect of orderliness of our democracy? Is the Supreme Court going, maybe later on, to give any judgment in respect of the situation we have in our hands, whereby if I am PDP governor and I'm presiding over Ekiti State where I come from, and there is, I say, yes, the Constitution says, Tony, you are looking at me, Professor, Maiden. Constitution says we guarantee democratically elected local government councils. And by all means, every chairman, every councillor in my state must win election on the platform of my party. The platform, when you are moving, the judgment, the governors control the local government chairmen and councillors. It is the Constitution we have to look at. Very important. Octatona's Constitution. That's what Nigeria needs. Will the Supreme Court of the USA or that of Britain be giving judgment in respect of local governments? Because the law is there. That's what we should be thinking of. We should, we should raise the bar. There is the need for us, and I'm happy the senator is here. Whisper it to them. We will also whisper it to them. We have to do something about this country. And by and large, when we talk of even the Constitution, we have a Constitution that says, okay, land tenure, federal government is controlling it. It's an aberration, jurisprudential aberration. We aren't doing anything about that. We're doing a lot of, nothing about the minuses, the aberrations, legion, litany of them in the Constitution. And that's, to me, that's what the National Assembly should be thinking of. We're talking of amendment. How many amendments are we going to make? USA Constitution is about 250 years old. How many amendments have they gotten? Today we amend this, we amend that. We are going now to amend the Constitution to be in tune with the judgment, with the decision. How many amendments are we going to? I'm very sorry if I've preempted you, Prince. I'm very sorry if I've preempted you and any one of you. And so, apologies. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I want to welcome you to this session, scholarship, and we know that we have very erudite and cerebral presentation. And I don't know whether I'm to hand over to Ruben Abati. Ruben Abati, the Yoruba will say, Radio Asoro Magbesi, but Lenyo Magboisi. Once again, on behalf of all of us here, we want to celebrate you. We rejoice with you. We felicitate with you. We wish you well, sincerely, genuinely, and most profoundly. God bless you all.
Please, let's give the chairman a standing ovation, please. That was quite loaded. Thank you very much, sir. When I said chairman for this event is the Iroko of the Nigerian legal jurisprudence, you could see that I wasn't far from the truth. And the mahogany. Thank you very much, sir. Without much ado, I would like to hand over to the vintage Dr. Ruben Abati to moderate this session. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, MC. Well, Chairman, a lot spiritual and temporal, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Let me join all of you in congratulating the celebrant. The celebrant and I have a special relationship. When he was leaving secondary school, I was entering primary school. But eventually, I attended the same secondary school that he attended. And in those days, in Abeokuta, very competitive schools. You had Abeokuta Grammar School, you had BBHS, but Lishabi Grammar School, which is the school that we attended, was a school where even when, people had left the school while you were in primary school, they keep telling you, this person has passed ICANN. Tunde Bakare is now a lawyer. Tunde Lemon has entered the UNN, and you have to choose whether you have to be like those role models or you have to be a normal chapman. People who are from Abeokuta will know what it means to be a normal chapman. So I went to a secondary school where I made the reputation of persons like Chief Bode Akindele, Pastor Tunde Bakare. I think Pastor Tunde Lemon, I don't think he met him in school. But yes, he came after. And then we came after they had all left. And the school likes to boast today that, look, it's not just BBHS or Abeokuta Grammar School. Up school! It's only Pastor Bakare asking. But the labor of the... what village school is that? Okay. I know that people, all the people who attended the Igbo Grammar School, they will be tempted to not to same school. Anyway, well, congratulations to Pastor Tunde Bakare, who is an icon, who is a role model, a man who leads by example, who has almost infinite capacity. The other day I saw him dancing to Sonny Ade, as if he had been dancing to Sonny Ade's music on a regular basis. But that's what shows you, when a man is versatile. Well, very quickly, to the subject of the day, the assignment for which reason I'm here. I've listened very carefully to Professor Oshikwiton. I mean, he's a teacher, and he's also a teacher of teachers. And as I was going through the material, I was saying this is a material that should be further produced and made available to students. Because there were sections I read, I said, oh, if I was still writing exams, I would just memorize this and wait for that lecturer that will bring a question that is related to this. I will just download it as we do, anyway. But I think students of political science, students of history, students of law will find this very useful in terms of how the issues have been dealt with. And I'm particularly fascinated by the concluding paragraphs at pages 34 to 37, where Prof gives specific recommendations. And we have panelists here. We have Honourable Ayola Fatai, who is chairman of the Ajeromi Felodin local government. We have Honourable Mike Guinea, who you know as a veteran election manager, and at page 34, Prof had something to say again in terms of recommendations about section 197. And then, of course, we have Senator Prince Dr. Lanre Tejushu, Emeritus Pro-Chancellor of the University of Lagos, who can also address many of the issues raised. But I would like to start with Honorable Ayola Fatai. This is about local councils. And what we have seen, even since that judgment, which offered a progressive interpretation, not that it changes the law, but it offers a progressive interpretation. We have seen local governments that have been held this year. We have seen many of the elected persons saying, some of these governors, they have found a way, they are finding a way to circumvent that Supreme Court ruling by saying local council chairmen should take oaths, they should write an undertaking that the Supreme Court has said its own, but the governor remains supreme. And this has been reported, despite the federal government setting up a 10-man committee to ensure the implication. I guess with effect from the end of this month or thereabouts. But what is your own reaction as a man who feels it, as a man who is in the arena, as a local government chairman? Don't just tell us that Lagos State is different too, because if Lagos State does otherwise, we will be here and we will comment on it.
Let's stand up. I stand on the already established protocol, not to take much of our time because today is Friday. Some of us will be going for the Jumat prayers. I want to say happy birthday to our Egbon, Pastor Tunde Bakare. I wish you long life and prosperity.
2 minutes, sir.
Now, we are the practitioners. I can tell you, it is easier for anybody to postulate all kinds of formulas for good governance at the grassroots level. But you need to be there. I can tell you, without any form of contradictions, that no local government chairman in Lagos State that you test his BP now, that has not risen to abnormal, stage. It's the closest to the people and is the most difficult. Imagine, upon assumption of office, I asked the treasurer, how much do you have in the treasury office? He said 200,000. I said, why? He said, Chairman, you are asking for how much we had. You must ask for the liabilities. So, okay, how much is the liability? He said 580 million. That was the kind of debt we met upon assuming office. She now went further that remittances to federal inland revenue has risen up to 200 million unremitted from contract sums. So that takes us to the practitioners at the local governments. This is high time we call for professionals to start running for elections at the grassroots. One other thing that we need to also note is that despite the fact that Lagos is doing its bit, there is still room for improvement. But that cannot be said of other parts of Nigeria, where once allocation comes in, it is divided into 3 places. One for the traditional rulers, one for the political class, and the other for the council officials, and the council will close. In that part of the country, you don't expect any form of development except what the federal government or the state government brings to that state. Another thing that is worthy of note is the behavioral pattern of the residents of each of these local governments. When you wake up, as early as 6 a.m., there are people waiting to see you for one favor or the other. And it could be challenging at times. Somebody came to my house around 2 a.m. and said, Ayola, emergency, emergency. I opened my window and I saw a keke napep with a pregnant woman and a man standing by. There is a private hospital beside my house who had rejected the woman after they must have taken her to the herbal concussion thing and they couldn't get through. So, what is the problem? He said, the hospital is requesting for 250,000 for surgery, 2 a.m. Can you come in the next morning? I cannot come down now. It is not secure for me to come out this kind of time. You know what it said? Ayola tí ìyàwó mi bá kó ẹ̀jẹ̀ wà lọ́rùn ẹ̀ wá dìbò fún ẹ o. Now, my wife could not even allow me to sleep. You have to come out. Now, that same one vote that is putting on my neck with the blood of his wife, it's the same one vote he voted for Mr. President. The same one vote he voted for his senator.
Okay.
Same one vote he voted for the governor. But can he go there at any time and see them? No. So that is how important the local government administration is.
Thank you.
I came down, attended to her, and successfully an operation was done on the wife, and the baby was delivered. But then that is outside the scope of the work of a local government chairman. But those are the things you see on daily basis.
Okay. Thank you.
So another thing is this. In Lagos.
Chairman.
No. On a more
We'll
serious,
still come back to you.
it's our game. It's easier for you to postulate. But when you are there as a councillor, as a chairman, that is when you see what we see on daily basis Now go to your YouTube. If you have internet here, go to Maracana Stadium, Ajegunle. You will see something there where a local government chairman built a stadium in Lagos. Some governors in other parts of Nigeria cannot even afford to build a stadium. They would need intervention of the United Nations or the president. So those are the kind of things we do in Lagos. So as a matter of urgency, this audience must impress it on all parts of Nigeria to look inward and make sure that local government administration is run effectively by professionals. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Ayola. Well, I think the mic should now go to Honorable Mike Igene, who has been resident electoral commissioner in Bayelsa, in Cross River, and I think in Akwa Ibom, briefly. Now, one of the things that Professor Oshipiton is recommending is that we need to take a look at Section 197. Section 197 says, local government elections will be conducted by state local government commissions. And he's saying, no, we should have election commissions specifically at the local council level. He's also recommending independent candidacy instead of just having people who are partisan in order to open up the democratic space, he says. And he's also recommending something you have said before while you were resident electoral commissioner, that there must be sanctions for misconduct. Now, how do you impose sanctions on governors who enjoy immunity under the same constitution, Section 308 thereof?
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, my teacher who taught me evidence law in the University of Lagos, the senator seated here, may I join everyone to congratulate our pastor, someone who in the last, since going about 2 years, I've not come out to the public to speak. He's the only one who could pull me out to come out today. Because having fought for democracy at the time when the journey of democracy was less certain, having been detained, locked up by a Abacha in Enugu, put on the boot of a car, Bamidele Aturu was late, Ebu Adegburuwa, we were all together as detention mates in Enugu. To see some of the things that are happening today, it broke my heart. And I said good night to Nigeria. And for 2 years, my TV has been on Chinese station. Not because I hear Chinese, because I don't just will hear anything again about the country, because I've suffered enough. But I want to congratulate you because he has been there before some of us came in. And for all that he's been doing as a role model, regrettably in our country today, apart from a few people we see, we are now having a society where we don't have role model anymore. And any society where there is no role model is an unviable society. So on the subject today, why is it that, how old is Nigeria? Since 1979, we'll be talking about local government in Nigeria. We have a structural gridlock, which the chairman spoke about. That if we don't deal with the foundation, we are going nowhere. That's also my frustration in this country. You talked about 1979 giving power to the state to create local government. The current local government we are operating, who created them? Because the power has been given in 1979 Constitution, in 1999 for their establishment, their structure, their composition, and functioning. That's the power given to the state. Today, who created those local governments? We are now in a gridlock. The one of Lagos State that we spoke about here, the Supreme Court was clear that whereas Lagos State under Section 8, subsection 3 of the Constitution of the Fatherland had the power to create However, it requires a consequential provision from the National Assembly. Therefore, it is incoherent. I use myself as an example. Why should Delta State, with 25 local government, when revenue generated in Lagos State with only 20 local government, compare the population of Delta and that of Lagos State, you can extrapolate other states in the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Why should Delta be approaching the VAT collected, generated in Lagos with 25 local government, and Lagos can only approach it with only 20 local government? Why should that be so? And that is still the situation we have to date. I would have thought, Chairman, that one of the things that our president should do was to ensure that that consequential provision with respect to the 38 local government, either in Lagos, across the federation, because they say you had the power to create so, should have been there. But in any case, should we even have local government? Shouldn't that be the affair of the state completely? Why do we list that in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Let me be clear. Local government administration is very important because 80 to 90% of Nigerian people are domiciled in the local government. I grew up in Ondo State. The government that was closer to us that were very important under Awolowo was the local government. We don't know anything about the state and the federal. But today, electorally, we have lost 774 local government to the powerful governors of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, every of the sets that will come in. There's no democracy at the local government level in Nigeria. That's the tragedy of our country. And Nigeria have not done anything about it. Because the federal government in America, you are told that the federal is an artificial entity. And that's why they say that all politics is local. So the most important tier of government, structure of government in any society must be at the local grassroots level. The question is, who are the people manning those local government? The quality of people there. Because we are talking about development. Look, if you cannot fix the politics of the local government, don't talk about development. Because development issues are embedded in politics and political processes. It's those who sit on the political table that take decision of development. Who are the quality of the people you have there? Today, in an attempt to, look at the lineup of soup. We are in a state of anarchy. We are in a state of anarchy. The apex court of a country, in line up cases, different cases at different times that are decided on this matter. Nothing is happening in Nigeria. We just had the recent one that we are celebrating. Look, some of the recommendations he made, one of which I will comment on right away, which Dr. Abaji talked about, is the fact that we are going nowhere if we don't resolve the structural gridlock we have in Nigeria today. Because right now, as we speak, the governors, in response to the Supreme Court decision, they are decided to be taking their ultra die-hard supporters in the horrid election that we are seeing now. In 2020, I granted an interview on channels where I said, look, all these issues are talking about election. Look, we have lost that already because what you have, you call local government elections are nothing but coronation events. They are organized crime supervised by the states. Those are not elections at all because they select people who they want to be there, and that's what is going on. So you talk about autonomy. A state of assembly voted against its own autonomy. Are you not aware of that? When we say let us free them so that state assembly can be free, they voted against their own freedom. That is where we are. And so, on elections, sir, we do not need to have a new... Look, the autonomy we are talking about should not be an autonomy for the federal government of Nigeria to not be in control of local government. No. That is not the autonomy we are talking about. You may have a good set of leaders who may not interfere at that level right now. But can you guarantee that after a set of leadership, other leader will do the same. We cannot say that. So the autonomy we are talking about is to be total freedom. Therefore, talking about elections, the last time you had the best, or you have election that reflected the will of the people in terms of the various parties that won, was the 1999 elections that was conducted by the INEC body. AD, AFPP, PDP, they all won across the country. But today, every state controlled by a party has become a conquered territory, where all the chairmen must be won by the party, all the councillor must be won by the same party. So these are complete aberration. Organized crime supervised by the state is the tragedy of our country. So if we are to talk about election, we do not need a new body. The tragedy again, another tragedy, that we have a country where the definition of a free and fair election as related to local government is different from that of the national. That is where we are today. So apart from Lagos and a few other places where we have a very refined people like our chairman here, in many of the places, thugs are the ones you now see managing local government. They are thugs. They are thugs. Agbero, they are the people in charge at that level. All right? So these are not people that can deal with the issue of our development. I had the unfortunate interaction some years ago with a candidate for local government. He doesn't even understand what we call budget. And I think that was what the chairman talked about. He doesn't understand what we call a budget. I said, somebody want to be a local government chairman, does not understand a budget? This is the reality we have in our country. So we don't need a new body. There are areas, finally, there are areas that we can, as a federation, we can take together. Why should the definition of a free and fair election with states different from that of the electoral management body? So just the last remark I just want to make, quoting extensively from the paper, was what the Supreme Court, how he described the governors in case of Ajunwa versus governor for your state, where he said they couldn't believe or thinkable that a supposedly democratically elected governors will act in the manner they have acted and consider themselves as a species very dangerous to the survival of democracy and rule of law in our country.
Thank you, Honorable Mike Igene. So we go now to Senator Dr. Prince Lanre Tejuosho, who represented Ogun Central, our constituency, in the Senate of the Federal Republic in the 8th National Assembly. Now, one of the issues raised in this presentation by the guest lecturer is legislative intervention. He says specifically that Section 162 sub 5 will have to be taken a look at in addition to other sections. Now, but the bigger problem that I see is one of federalism. And with regard to legislative intervention, the chairman, in his prefatory remarks, said, to what extent can we go in amending the Constitution? Section 2 sub 2 of this same Constitution recognizes the federal government and the states. But the same Constitution goes ahead in Section 7 sub 1 to talk about local councils as being democratically elected. Section 8, it talks about states in relation to local councils. In the 4th schedule, the same Constitution spells out the functions of local councils. There seems to be so much confusion. So where would should the National Assembly start from? And would further legislative interventions provide the clarity that the 1999 Constitution does not expressly provide?
Thank you very much, Dr. Abati. Before I start my 2 minutes, let me also congratulate my general overseer. He's my general overseer spiritually and also politically. Because when he came, when he joined CPC, anytime he mounts the pulpit, the campaign rostrum, when he wants to talk about me, he will say he had John the Baptist that came before him. into politics. And he has now arrived. And that was exactly how everything started. So I congratulate you, sir. Amma. Bless you, man. I will start, first of all, I will answer your question. With my secretary this morning, normally every day she sends me a list of what I'm supposed to do. And when she was going to refer to this event, she now wrote the dictatorially selected Council of Nigeria. So I now called her. I said, so what do you mean? Send that document to me again. So because I was now confused. So, sir, I'm just saying that they said matters arising. That is the matters arising for this topic. That is dictatorially selected. And you told me about you being joined the Baptist. I'm sure that is what Pastor Bakare will want you to talk about. So I said, when I get back today, I will settle that matter with her. But looking back seriously at what she wrote, I will say we have beautiful laws for governors, beautiful laws for Nigeria, beautiful laws for local government councils. But the issue is the operators are not doing what they're supposed to do. And we need to really be practical. The question from Dr. Abati. I'm a medical practitioner by profession. I'm the only medical practitioner on this row. We have juggernauts in the law profession here. And you quoted more sections for me than them to interpret. we in the National Assembly, we make the laws. And of course, these laws now that is a subject of discourse today have been interpreted by our legal juggernauts. And I think it was our guest speaker that mentioned that the main problem now is not the amendment of the law, but the operators. Because the Honourable mentioned that we should have professionals to run our councils and so on. But I can mention a few professionals, I won't mention their names. They've come this way and we had the same problem. So really, if you go around again, because it's, this course is in honor of Pastor Bakare, I want to use the church as an example. You all went on to Pastor Bakare's function on Monday, I'm sure. I couldn't make it, unfortunately. But you can see the organization run by people that are doing the right things. Up to the music, you will see that it was perfect. Because I saw it on TV. So that is an organization, that is the way Nigeria should be. If you go to all our churches, for example, mention the ones in Ota, on the expressway. The one on the expressway, they've had power for over years. You think you are in London if you go in there. It's when you come out of there, you now come to Nigeria. So things are being run properly by Nigerians. So you look at it as what is behind them, what is making them perform. So there's a spiritual force, definitely. Definitely, because, I mean, we need to be practical if you know, because I was telling my secretary that, oh, we have to make Nigeria great again. So, she said it, we have to make Nigeria great. I said, no. We have to make Nigeria great at last. At last. Because we have been going through different cycles. Someone wanted to go and complain to PHCN that they are taking the power for so many days. When they got there, I saw generators making noise. So he did not even enter, he left. He left, he did not go in to complain anymore. So these are the problems we are having. In the National Assembly, when I became a senator, I made so many good laws that I decided that, look, must I now introduce another law again? Because so many laws that have not been implemented. But they keep on making new laws and new laws. So I decided to just choose one low-hanging fruit that my predecessors have put in place. That is on the funding of the health sector, to make sure that let me pursue this to the end. Even though it is not in my name, but at least I will make sure that that law is what they will say we achieved. And that was what gave birth to what they call the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund today. That it is assured that 1% of all the Consolidated Revenue Fund of Nigeria go straight to the primary health centers in the local government. My brother, the Honorable, said that a pregnant woman came to his door, which is what we are all used to as politicians. They come there. If you impregnate your wife and she's about to deliver, they are coming to your house. You must pay for the delivery and so on. So the problem with that is not us dishing out all the money to give them. The problem is there are beautiful laws, even in the council, concerning health insurance. If we take our time to educate our people on paying some little money every month to ensure that when they go to the hospital, they won't ask them to pay, okay, then we will be able to begin the solving of these problems. So really, all the laws that we have that is in place today to be interpreted further by our lawyers, we should try our best as politicians to ensure they start working and they start functioning for Nigeria. So, Dr. Abati, I believe my summary answers some of your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, now, with the kind leave of the chairman, we're going to throw the microphone open. I recall the chairman has said we can take 4 interventions from the hall so that, you know, we can have a proper dialogue. I know that one of the recommendations that Professor Shikito has made is that local councils should seek alternative means of revenue generation so that they don't rely only on this allocation that is causing problems. I doubt if anybody will agree that there should be more taxation from the local councils, even when we are being told by a man who is in the arena that this is money that will go to the payment of delivery services for some other people's wives instead of for direct developments. But the microphone is open. Please, you know, signify. Okay, we'll take 3 persons. The MC is telling me, and 1 minute each. So please keep the introduction very brief, and you may ask questions, you may make observations. The guest lecturer is here, the panelists are here. Please, MC, help take the microphone around. Start with Professor Sonny. Okay. Please go ahead, sir.
Yeah. There's not much time. I'm Tonyek Mabonta. I'll go straight to the chase. We have a fundamental problem which we need to resolve before this nation can move forward. In law, they say something cannot stand on nothing. Our constitution is standing on a basis of illegality. Before we can move forward, we need to reinstate the suspended 1993 constitution. And within the framework of that constitution, we amend it legally, legitimately, as we desire. Otherwise, we're getting nowhere. And I believe we need to reinstate the jurisdiction of the Privy Council over constitutional matters. If you don't like the Privy Council, we can nominate some other body that is independent of Nigerian politics. Coming to local government, I think that we will need, I will call for an electoral college in each community or each ward. Well, of the first 11, you ask the people at a conference, who are the 11 people in this community will be proud to be a representative? Those who have distinguished themselves in various areas, 11 people. Now, these people now would constitute the electoral college that would elect local government chairmen, elect senators, elect parliamentarians, elect whoever. There is no word today or no local government that can boast that they have in their council their most prominent or most distinguished citizens. No.
Well,
but if we adopt this, then we'll have our best 11 at the local level. And maybe one day with financial autonomy.
Okay, sir. Thank you. I can assure you, those 10 people you are looking for, there will be people who can pay hospital bills and school fees, most likely.
Thank you very much, sir. All protocol duly observed. As good as the Supreme Court judgment may be, without reform, nothing will change. Because that will not be the first judicial pronouncement on issues relating to balance of power in intergovernmental relationship. Now, ideally, federal government should have nothing to do with local government. So is it not an error that led to insertions of various provisions in the Constitution? And the problem we are going to have now about decentralizing or total independence is that the current system has entrenched advantages for some people. And I'm happy Igini spoke to it. Those who are benefiting from the current arrangement will not liquidate the system. And this speaks to the fact that we must have a wholesome reform where people will take governance from the politicians. I don't think 57 local government system will serve this system in Lagos, because you are going to have so many politicians digging their hands into the pot. So we must evolve a reform that is cheap, where people can access social essentials. How will they not come to you when there is no social security at local government level? So as many whose children want food, as many whose children want clothes, they should even come to you, so that the pressure will be on you to reform the system. Because where will they go? Professor Oshipiton said they can't go to the center, they can't go to the governor's house. So they hold you and kidnap you and ensure that we have reform that will deliver and not just palliative. Thank you very much.
Professor Sonny is Dean of the Faculty of Law, University of Lagos. And Professor Oshipiton, incidentally, at page 36, talks about citizen activism. But I don't know whether Professor Oshipiton, when he gives his closing remarks, will agree with that line of citizen activism. Anyway, we take one more. Why is everyone from this side? We have a whole hall here. Okay, maybe he came to the front to grab the microphone.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Erioluwa Oine. I'm a student of law, Unilag, 200 level. And my question is for Senator. Sir, you said something about health insurance. I mean, it's a Western ideology. However, to Nigerians, I don't think they really care. All they care about is their stomach because of the way the country is. Now, if you want to tell that to someone who is not really bothered about the state of the country, you will need the local government. But then, how do you convince the local government to convince the layman? That is something. And sir, you said I get your frustration about the old local government. I get that the judiciary, according to one of my lecturers, Professor Oyewo, SCN, I acknowledge you, sir. He said that when he was Attorney General of Oyo State, he said he made sure that the judiciary system, all the judges were gotten there on merit. Now, I will say that I don't know, but you can correct me if my idea is that what you are saying is that each local government chairman should be given the award based on merit, meaning there should be an exam or something to make them qualified for that position. Thank you.
Okay. Well, MC, maybe we take one person from this side, preferably a woman, to make this truly inclusive. Is there any lady who would like to say something? Microphone is going round this side of the hall. There's a lady here, yes. Please identify yourself and please keep it brief.
My name is Pauline Fokwa. I'm from Cameroon. And I just want to thank God for what I'm doing, what I'm seeing here in Nigeria. I want to say that Pastor Tunde Bakare, if you don't need him here, please, we need him in Africa, because there are so many of you. It's amazing that I am in church. You know, it's a sin to be talking about politics in church from where I'm coming from. So to me, it's like Christianity redefined. And I am very excited. I come from the English-speaking part of Cameroon. And right now, there's a full-blown genocide going on. And nobody knows about it. So I'm pleading that Pastor Bakare will do like Museveni in Uganda and adopt West Africa, like he's adopted East Africa. And whenever he's ready, we will be right here. Maybe we should celebrate his birthday every year internationally, and all of us in Africa will be coming to listen to the new church in Africa. God bless you, man of God.
Thank you, madam. Well, incidentally, the Citadel annual lecture. That's what this event is all about. So we look forward to seeing you again next year. And there's something called the Prophetic Church. Father George Ewusani has a book on that, about how the church cannot stand aloof from the concerns of society. So that's what Pastor Bakare is saying. Okay, final intervention before we come back to the panelists.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Himari Siramen, a member of the CGCC Legal Department. My comments are based on the presentations I've seen and my first-hand experience. I'm a lawyer. While I was serving about 24 years ago at the local government, convinces me that it is actually the persons who are seized with implementing the laws that are the problem, the citizens themselves. You find that, if you recall, in 1999, we're talking about local government autonomy today. In 1999, there was relative autonomy for local government. What happened to local government? They abused that privilege. You find in a small local government with a small population, a chairman driving around with a convoy of cars. You know, I was a copper then, and I saw that, and I was not very happy with it. They formed what they called the Association of Local Government something, ALGON, and it became something like a pressure group to determine the fate of governors. And I know the governors themselves later fought at the end of the first tenure of Chief Olusegun Obasanjo to change the status quo to what we now have today, which we say is wrong. So if we go back to giving that financial autonomy, because back then, the local governments got their allocations directly. I do recall that whenever allocation is paid to the local government secretariat is filled with a lot of people, politicians, traditional rulers, and all that. So, sir, what is your remedy? I think it's a people thing. It is us Nigerians who need to change for the country to work. It's not so much about the laws or amending the constitutions and all that.
Okay, thank you.
And happy birthday, Pastor.
Thank you. Okay, we'll come back to the panelists. This time around, the panelists will have less than a minute each to respond, and then we go back to the distinguished lecturer, and then after that, the chairman will close this panel, and we'll take a leave. So let's start with Dr. Tejusho.
Thank you. Concerning the health insurance primary health care centers, if I ask you today that have you been to any primary health care center in your area? Have you? So that is the problem. Because we have no faith in our health sector. So the primary health centers, we don't know what is happening there. So what I propose to the operators is that let us give Nigerians free health services in the primary centers for 3 months so that they can have faith and see what we have there. They are improving every day, but nobody's going. And most of the elite here today, I can't even think they've been to any primary health center before. So, but when you go to London, the first place you go is the primary health center. But why can't you do that in Nigeria? Because we have no faith. So to have the faith, we must at least let us go and see it. Then secondly, to pay for the health insurance, I'll just give another example. For my office in the university I am now, in Benue State, I looked out, I saw the gardener there. He was shouting to someone to please give me charger, phone card, 1,000 naira, give me. Then when I was going home, he now said, Ogasa, I haven't eaten today. I don't have money to eat today. So, but I said, but you could afford to buy a phone card, 1,000 naira. Why didn't you eat? Okay? So the money you are going to pay for health insurance is not up to the cost of the phone recharge card. If you cooperate, it is a volume business. We have 200 million Nigerians. Let's target, say, 50 million Nigerians paying 1,000 naira a month. That's about 50 billion or so a month, okay, which can do a lot of things from a primary health center. So it's a matter of just advocacy by the chairman, local government, by all of us to make sure that we build this foundation. Thank you.
Honorable Mike Igeni.
Thank you very much. Just my last quick take. It is that we must do everything to get democracy back at the grassroots. We have lost it in Nigeria. Those who, a local government chairmanship position, councillor, are supposed to be a training ground for those who will now aspire to be State House of Assembly, a National Assembly, and to be president or governor of any society. Today, the reason why our democracy is in danger is that those who have been handpicked over the years to be councillor and chairman, who now want to go to election conducted at the federal level, they have no idea about voting at all because they were handpicked. That is a major problem that we need to resolve. Number two, why should today, many of the states that are parading so many local government, if you ask state to be in charge, they are going to fold up all those local government because you don't need many of the local government to run their state. Awolowo, apart from Lagos State, the whole of Western region, where we are part of it, as at that time before Midfield region, from Southwest down to Asaba, he used only one commissioner of education. All that he achieved within that period is what we are struggling to achieve over 20-something years. Because you now have bureaucracy for running costs. All the money are going for running costs. My local government have been split into two. Used to be one. You need only one local government chairman to run that. But today, look at how they are replicated that. So the Western region before, that had only one commissioner, if you multiply it by the number of states now, we have plenty of commissioners with assistants and all of that. So the whole money, they are going into administrative costs. This is a tragedy. And finally, the point I have made, Dr. Abati, you remember all the time I showed in your program, that good laws, processes, and procedure to deal with historical challenges of development or elections are not self-implementing. They are not self-executory. You will require human being, quality human being, people of integrity, people who are committed to set the ideal of society to run the society. And that's why people talk about institutions, because all of us, we are in the journey of our life. Our journey will come to an end one day, but the journey of our country is forever. And that's why we will need institutions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, Honorable Fatai next, local government chairman. Be prepared to receive more visitors at odd hours.
Yeah, I thank you. And I respect your views on what you have postulated so far. But I can also tell you that what we are dealing with now is more of the usage of technology to run government. Without that, we are going nowhere. For instance, an average of 11 people come to Lagos on a daily basis, and 9 will refuse to go back. how do you budget for that kind of a state, which has no special allocation from the federation account, no 13% derivation, not even 1%. We do back to school, year in, year out in my local government. And we go to the street, pick some beggars, change them, put uniforms on them, put them in our schools, fund them totally. But the next morning, some other people have arrived. So what do you do? Over 1,448 border posts in Nigeria, less than 40 is fenced. Everywhere is porous. The America, the Canada, the UK we keep talking about, you can't come in there whether by air, by sea, by land without them knowing. It's not the same in Nigeria. It's a fact that that is what Lagos is dealing with. Because Lagos, as it is now, is working somewhere more than other states. That is why you see this influx. So if you can't go to America, you can't go to Canada, then your next plate of japa is Lagos. So, and it is eating on the system. Okay, go to your Google now, go to YouTube, you see Ajiromi Felodo Security Summit. We have been able to purchase 18 vehicles for the military, for the police. This is not the duty of the local government to do that. But because of the security exigencies that is happening, I have 72 public schools in my local government. So will I allow somebody to just drive in and take those kids away and another Chibok will happen in Lagos? I won't sit and do that. So I have to provide for all those things, which is also running into the cost of governance. I want to also say this. The lawyers should do more on bylaws. That is where changes and reforms can come to local government. The National Assembly has no business interfering in the sphere of local government. The State House of Assembly and the governors have no business there. If the councillors are well-read and well elected and supported by the people, and they can pass bylaws that will be binding on the council chairman to execute people-oriented programs. That is what we need. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Fatai. We now go back to our keynote lecturer, Professor Shikwito, to comment on some of the issues that have been raised. Prof, please.
Thank you, Dr. Abati. I have listened to various issues which have been raised, but let me take this issue of amendment of the Constitution. Somebody said we should go back to 1993 Constitution because 1999 is standing on nothing. And also Section 1625 should be amended. Now, in response to going back to 1993 Constitution, that Constitution was moribund. It was a stillbirth Constitution. You go back to something that is stillbirth, then what is the reason for saying, sorry? It was not implemented. What is the reason for saying that 1993 Constitution is what you should go back to? Is there a 53 Constitution? Oh, 63. I thought I heard you say, that's about going back to the region. Republican Constitution. And you more or less say, shrink the government, less states and whatever. The problem you are going to have, and I see about the Constitution that we are all talking about. Some 22 years ago, I did my inaugural lecture called Autochthonous Constitution for Nigeria, Myth or Reality. It involved a lot of research about making of the Constitution for Nigeria. And we said no constitution in anywhere is perfect. That's where there will always be room for amendments. Even the American Constitution, at one time or the other, you have amendments here and there. Because the life of law is not logic. It is based on experience. Experience will tell you that, there's need for intervention here and there. But what that research revealed is that, and I keep on saying so, even to Chief and whoever cares to listen, that our problem in Nigeria is not so much about the Constitution. There could be some gaps here and there. Our major problems are the operators of the Constitution. I'll give you an example. In that paper, I said Supreme Court adopted a progressive approach, a purposive approach, and also a bit sentimental approach by saying, give the money to local government directly. Nice one. But what informed the 1999 Constitution? The problem they had are the problems over yet. One, the major problem they had then was that you had local government chairmen who were not matured enough to handle resources. To the extent that salaries of local government workers were not being paid. They used those salaries of local government workers for themselves. What they are accusing state governors of is what they themselves did. That was why they said, let's have an intermediate government to be involved. But then, we also see that the state governors themselves also are also doing the same thing. They became stakeholders in the funds of local government. They divert those funds. They say it's a joint one. Set up one account committee, one committee or the other to implement it. So we move from direct back to through intervention, back to direct. Is that about the Constitution? It's not. It's about the human beings. I was in pastor's church. I was impressed with the way everything went on that day. Again, when they were coming to the faculty on Tuesday, they came with their crew. They interacted with their own people. Cooperation here and there was what made that thing a success. So if pastor's church can do it, either alone or together with us. They did it alone on Monday, very successful. Collaborated with us on Tuesday, very successful. So it's not about the laws they have in place. It's about the human beings that are in charge. I gave you an example of how I was talking about Segun Leketui. And I mean it, that they are bankers and they are bankers. The way he ran Wema Bank was very, very professional about it. So if you entrust the likes of Olokitui to local government, if you will ever accept to go there, local government will be better for it. It's all about human beings. For example, there was a time I took some law students to court, and here was a judge, very rude to me in court. But because I needed something from her, I kept focus, and I got what I wanted. On our way back, I drove with the interns, and they were asking me, Prof, he was very rude to you. Why did he not give it back to her? After all, she's a judge. She's supposed to behave herself. I said, you are who you are. Whether you're a judge or whether you're a president, your character will always follow you. So my message is that Nigerians, whether at local government level or at state level, we should shine our eyes very well in terms of being active, not passive, as to who we place our faith and our affairs in their hands. And my conclusion in that inaugural lecture was that bad constitution in the hand of good operators will take us somewhere. But good constitution in the hand of bad operators will not take us anywhere. The summary of all we are saying here, all the laws you are talking about, our Supreme Court was giving its own judgment. Did governors put pressure on federal government to set up an intervention committee? That judgment, that judgment of federal government on its own set up a committee. That judgment on its own If you reach arguments very well, he said, this judgment takes effect immediately. Immediate in capital. Forthwith in capital. Do you need a committee to implement the decision of the Supreme Court? If you want me to say clear, loud and clear, that setting of the committee by federal government is unconstitutional and highly contemptuous. It cannot be defended anywhere. So we are looking at people being in charge of our affairs who are able to do the right thing. So that even if there's a gap in the law, they would make sure that through good governance, whatever gap exists in the law will be covered. I think that's where I would like to stop. Thank you.
I think Prof deserves a louder round of applause. A good constitution in the hands of bad operators will take us nowhere. A bad constitution in the hands of persons of good character will make a difference. Even if I don't remember anything, I'll go home with that. Thank you very much, Professor Shikito. Chairman, sir.
I once again want to appreciate all of us. It's been a very robust presentation by our professor, our friend, and one of the leading figures in the legal profession today. And I want to appreciate all the members of the panel. And to Ruben Abati, we didn't expect anything less. A good number of the people here are seeing you for the first time, and if you don't mind, I tender you as an exhibit. So they'll see you. You're doing a good job, marvelous job. And this is the way to celebrate a person of the status and caliber of our brother, of our friend, of our leader, Pastor Tunde Bakare. What we have done this afternoon is to remind ourselves, as well as our leaders, that all is not that well with us in terms of the ground norm, in terms of even the institutions that we have. If Prof and myself, all of us here, we keep on agreeing on one topic, on one subject, it means that we are not thinking properly. And the Prof has said it, that a good constitution in the hands of bad operators. Well, let us remind ourselves. Also, a bad constitution brought about by bad operators. What happens? Constitution doesn't just come from heaven. It is operators that bring a bad constitution. So the operators could be military, the operators could be civilian, they might be in parliament, they might be in the National Assembly, they might be in the people. Like our constitution says, we, the people of Nigeria, who are the operators. So if bad operators forced on the people a bad constitution, what then happens? Then we have a conundrum. And that's, I think, where we are. And good constitution will also give us good institutions. It is strong institutions, I believe, that Nigerians need, not powerful men. And that's why America, they could. Obama from Africa has been president, but they have institutions that will checkmate him. So, by and large, we come to the conclusion that Nigeria needs a lot of rethinking, and that constitution itself will have to be looked at. And we pray we don't get to that stage that lawyers describe as litis contestatio, a point of no return. We pray we do not get there. And to the local government operators, I'm happy that our chairman is here. I want to plead, and as a senior lawyer, I want to say this. We have to protect the institution of the judiciary. We have to protect our courts. It's not every matter we should take to the Supreme Court, so that people at the end of the day will not start pointing accusing fingers to the Supreme Court. That was the Supreme Court who said it, who did this. And by and large, or by the way, the Constitution says that the judgment of the Supreme Court shall be implemented by all courts subordinate to the Supreme Court and by all powers and principalities. So if the judgment is implementable immediately, I'm not saying it is not implementable, but why setting up a committee or subcommittees to implement the judgment? I don't want the court, and I'm saying this because I want us as lawyers to protect that institution so that we don't make the court, and particularly the Supreme Court, the whipping boy or the whipping child or the whipping entity of Nigeria and Nigerians at last. We don't just say, pack the buck to the court. Let the court go and decide. It's not every matter that you go to the court. But, Prof, on behalf of the organizers, we want to appreciate you. The Prince and members of the panel, we want to appreciate you. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to believe that we've all enjoyed ourselves. We've all enjoyed ourselves. We've taken a lot of points, and we have a lot of takeaways from the presentation and from the interventions and from the way and manner Ruben Abati has moderated this event. And may I, as the chairman, while our brother sits down majestically and royally, we all stand up. Madam, you are the lady. Please sit down with her. Sit down with him, please. In fact, you are indeed a Pastor P. We chant, we render that popular to us, for he's a jolly good fellow. Ruben, I think my voice is clearer than yours because we have this code. Can I go ahead? Okay. For he's a jolly good fellow. For he's a jolly good fellow. For he's a jolly good fellow. And so say all of us. And so say all of us, hooray. And so say all of us, hooray. For he is a jolly good fellow. For he is a jolly good fellow. For he is a jolly good fellow. And so say all of us. Hip, hip, hip.
Hooray.
Hip, hip, hip.
Hooray.
Please let the roof fall. Hip, hip, hip.
Hooray.
A very loud ovation for the distinguished chairman, please. Thank you very much, sir. You may please have your seat. Before we take the next item, please let me quickly announce that if you are the owner of this vehicle, Ford Explorer AAA 270HL, you are blocking some people outside. Please, kindly repark. Thank you. Okay, we've had a very long day, and I can assure us in the next 15 minutes, we'll be out of here. So the next item is presentation of birthday gifts to the honoree. Distinguished Chairman, sir, we will please want you to come down. A round of applause for the chairman as he's stepping down. Okay, here, sir. Can we please have the gifts while Mr. Adefisoye Okunade presents to the chairman for onward delivery to the honoree. Should we unveil the veil of incorporation? Wow, I can see this before anyone else. This is lovely. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. This is lifting the veil of incorporation. Okay. On behalf of the Citadel Center for Development, we hereby present this to you. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Round of applause, please. Keep it coming, keep it coming. Thank you. And following closely, we are going to quickly have a presentation of plaques. Sorry, Mr. Chairman, before you step back, sir. So we are going to have a presentation of plaques and autographed books of the honoree to our dignitaries. Can I have the one for the chairman? Please hold on. Professor A.O. Sonny, SAN. Okay. To be supported by Elder Adiwale Adilowo. Please come forward. Okay. Where are the plugs? Okay. So please hand over to Prof. And the plug, can you please bring it out? The chairman, sir, we appreciate you, sir. Some of us were not privileged to have met late F.R.A. Williams. We were still very young then. But we can relate to you, sir. We appreciate your oratory, everything you do in this profession. God bless you, sir. A round of applause, please. Okay, can we also have our panelists down here so that we don't distract the chairman? We are going to have group photographs. And to borrow the words of one of my bonds there, for efficiency, so that a round of applause as they step down. Okay. Can I have the plug and the book for Honorable Justice Jumoke Pedro, please? To be received by our very own Honorable Justice Atinoke Oluyemi. Please hand over to Prof. This is for Honorable Justice Jumoke Pedro, being received by our very own Honorable Justice Atinoke Oluyemi. Thank you very much, ma'am. Justice Pedro had to quickly rush for some other assignment, but she's ably represented. Next is for distinguished Professor Taiwo Oshipiton. A round of applause, please. Then the next, okay. So, next, for distinguished Senator Dr. Larry Tejosho, our own very Egbon. We thank you, sir. Next. Okay. Our other Egbon here, Honorable Mike Igini, the two-time resident electoral commissioner. Those were hot offices way back then. Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate you. Next is Honorable Alabi Kolade David. Is the chairman, Association of Local Government of Nigeria, ably represented here today by Honorable Ayola Fatai, who is the chairman, Ajiromi Local Government Area of Lagos State. A round of applause, please. Thank you for coming, sir. We appreciate. Kindly extend our greetings to the chair of chair. Thank you very much, sir. Then last but not the least, but before we go to that, I have the privilege of introducing two people. Let me quickly take these recognitions. The president of CIBN was here a couple of minutes ago, Professor Pius Olanrewaju, to celebrate the honoree, but he had to leave for some other engaging assignments. Please, round of applause for him in absentia. Also, this event will not conclude without me recognizing, they said, beside every successful man is, kindly complete it, beside every successful man, thank you, Matt, is a woman. We have a very elegant lady in our midst, and she's no other than the amiable wife of our own Dr. Ruben Abati, Mrs. Kike Lomo Abati. She's a journalist and an entrepreneur. Could you please stand up for recognition, ma? Thank you very much, sir. Ma. When I grow up, I will also marry a beautiful lady. Thank you. So next, for Dr. Abati. Okay. The plug. Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Sorry, sir, before you leave, let's quickly have group photographs so that we don't distract any further. Thereafter, the honoree will take the floor for his vote of thanks. Okay, for efficiency, the photographer said it would be better upstairs. Yes, sir. Sorry for any inconveniences. Okay. Yes, sir. So, okay, so let's have the honoree and Mama B with the our panelists and our guest moderator. So kindly come to the center, sir. Okay. Yes, sir. Okay. I guess are we good? Where's Tunde? Okay. So next, after these, we'll be having the honoree and his wife will be having group photograph with His Excellency Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, ably represented by Honorable Layode Ibrahim, Honorable Commissioner for Home Affairs. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much, sirs. You may please have your seats here. Honorable Layode Ibrahim, Honorable Commissioner for Home Affairs. A round of applause for him. He's representing our landlord in Lagos State. Next, after that, a round of applause, please. Then the judicial officers here present, represented by Honorable Justice Atinoke Oluyemi. She's our very own. My Lord, sir. A round of applause for her. Then thereafter will be trustees of TCCD and their spouses. Please get ready. Trustees of TCCD and their spouses. The chairman, BOT, and other members, other trustees of TCCD, please step up. Then after that, we'll have the dean and law lecturers at the University of Lagos. The dean and law lecturers, University of Lagos. Thank you very much. The dean, yes, after this. No, come forward, sir. Okay, yeah, you and Prof. Yes, okay. All our law lecturers who laid the foundation for the little English we know today. Thank you very much, sir. Okay, after that, we'll have law undergraduates of UNILAG. That's going to be in 2 batches. Greatest Akokite. Greatest Akokite. Could you please come forward? Yeah. Okay. Kindly come forward, please. You know, Akokites are usually very relaxed. If you say greatest Oswite, they will have been here. You know, for those who went to Osu, they need, okay, yeah. Osu Ife, they are the ruggedies. But Akokites are botis. Okay. Thank you for coming. Okay. Are we good? Then after this, please get ready. The Executive Council, Senate, and Church Council of CGCC. Okay, there's a second batch. Okay, the other students, please come forward. I learned this is the first batch, so let's have it in 2 batches. You can go while... Then immediately after this, we'll be having the Executive Council, Senate, and Church Council of CGCC. Then after that, so immediately after this, before the Executive Council, can we have all members of legal departments of CGCC That is the foundation that has battered this inaugural lecture. All members of the legal department of CGCC, please come forward. We can do it in two tranches. Members of legal department of CGCC. Okay, members of legal department of CGCC, we can break it into two. Some will be here, while others will be up there. Yes. Quickly, please. Some could be down here. Or will you take everybody? No, let's break it into two. Some should please come. You can stay, sir. Some of you should come here. Spread. Please spread out. Then after this, the Executive Council, Senate, and Church Council of CGCC. Oh, I forgot I'm a member. Sorry. Thank you very much, sir. The Executive Council, Senate, and Church Council of CGCC. All together, yes. So some will be. The Executive Council, Senate, and Church Council of CGCC. So. Thank you very much. Okay, so the last item here, Mama B, please, you could please. Oh, sorry. Gospel Apostolic Impact, Global Apostolic. Kindly come forward, please. Gain. Yeah, thank you. Global Apostolic. Sorry. Gain pastors, please. Sorry, sir. All game pastors. We can also break it into two. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Shortly after the vote of thanks by the honoree, we'll be having closing prayer by our own Pastor Kehinde Akinwumi. Okay, by Pastor Esther Ibanga, please. Okay, Mama B, please kindly step. Okay, sorry. No, don't worry. Story of today, our very own PTB is an effervescent orator radiating with an audacious air of sophistic erudite. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you.
His Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, represented by the Commissioner for Home Affairs. Maiden, the Dean of the Faculty of Law, University of Lagos, Professor Sani, who shares the same last name with my father. My father's first name is your last name. Thank you for being here. Let me begin by deeply appreciating the chairman who has just left, Chief Wole Olanipekun, CFRSAN. The many guests of honor, members of the planning committee, and everyone present here or joining on any of the media platforms. I'm deeply honored or deeply humbled by the honor you have bestowed on me, and I look forward to you all receiving honor in multiple folds. I was further humbled to hear my citation being so graciously read by Pastor Biola Adeyola, reminding me of the humble beginnings that God, to whom alone be all the glory, took me from. I salute you all for the patriotic decision you took to ensure that the governance of Nigeria, the nation that is dear to my heart, is given adequate attention as part of the activities to mark my 70th birthday. Let us give another round of applause to the erudite scholar, my brother, my friend, my schoolmate at the university, with whom I was called to the bar. We sat on the same row, three of us in particular. I happened to be the shortest. I sat in the middle. I think Sirio Bekene sat to my left and you sat to my right. And you didn't tell them what we were discussing. We were planning to form a partnership and to really practice law in a way that will raise the standard. Let us appreciate the distinguished Professor Taiwo Shikwito, SAN, for his enlightening lecture. I honestly hope that his insightful expose on local governance as a third tier of government will spark serious dialogues in every arm and level of government. There's nothing more to add to all that he said. My friend and brother, Honorable Mike Guinea, is back in the hall. Let us appreciate him also. Thank you very much. You may not know we are in the struggle. Or those handling it. All right. By my brother and friend, I was talking about Honorable Mike Guinea. I met him in the struggle for New Nigeria as he was part of Save Nigeria group. And we did all we could. Let me say up front that not in my widest expectation or imagination did I think a day will come when a lecture will be held in my honor. It didn't cross my mind. And when the organizers first met me, you know, I have a way of saying everything. They said they would like to start a series of lectures called Tunde Bakare Lecture. I said, nope. Don't build anything around my person. Build it around the institution that we all represent. So that long after I've gone, you can still continue to maintain it. And that does not mean after I've gone, you cannot change it, you are free. But I don't like things built around my person. I want to thank you for today. I would like to just share a few thoughts, not to contradict anything my brother shared. The distinguished professor, I didn't make it to the level of SAN. I didn't make it to the level of professor. LLB, I get him. BL, I get him. The one I no get, then that's me. After listening to Professor Oshikito and the panelists, I'm reminded once again of a shocking discovery that I made about 12, 15 years ago. A medical missions organization, Pro Health International, founded by Dr. Iko Ibanga and his wife, Pastor Esther Ibanga, had just provided free medical services to the residents of my local government area, Abeokuta South local government area. That was part of the dedication of my father's house, being the first historical heritage museum in Abeokuta, courtesy of the Ogun State government during the administration of my brother and friend, His Excellency Benga Daniel, the then governor of Ogun State. Inspired by what had occurred in his local government area, the then chairman of Abeokuta South local government area, Prince Yajuli Pede, approached me to ask how much it would cost to replicate that intervention in the future. I asked Pro Health, and they told me 10 million naira. So I got back to him. I said, be ready for a budget of 10 million naira. I agreed to support the project with 5 million naira, and the local government was to provide the balance of 5 million naira. To my shock, the chairman claimed that his local government area could not afford 5 million naira. When I confronted him with the published facts, if you remember in the days of Ngozi, where, is it Ngozi? Or Kojo Iweala, they were publishing allocation to local government month by month. I had a copy with me and I confronted him with the tens of millions of naira allocated monthly to his local government area. He told me that the allocations were usually controlled and usurped by the state government. This is why the Supreme Court's judgment and the move towards the financial autonomy of local government areas will not only bring governance closer to the people, it will also empower Nigerian citizens to hold local officials accountable, since unlike state governors, local council chairmen do not enjoy constitutional immunity from prosecution for financial misappropriation and embezzlement. I would like to tell you a second story that will buttress what the chairman of local government, representing the chairman of all local governments, what he shared here today. We are privileged in the 1980-81 set, 80 at the University of Lagos, 81 at the Nigerian Law School. We are privileged to have produced the current Chief Judge of Lagos State, Justice Bakare, who was my roommate in Mariri Hall, and we shared the same bunk bed. As my younger brother is left on top, as his older brother, I slept at the bottom. If I had known that where you sleep would determine your promotion, in life I would have stayed at the top. Our set produced the current Chief Judge of Lagos State, and it's our set that has produced the current Chief Justice of the Federation. Justice Kudirat Kekiriako. She shared a story with me. I hope I will not be guilty of contempt of court after sharing it with you. There were some allowances that were to be paid to justices of the Supreme Court, but they needed to take the form back to their local government for the local government to stamp it. So she left Abuja and came to Lagos and went to a local government, approached the chairman, and the chairman said, oh, your ward councillor will have to sign this paper first before we could put a stamp, because your ward councillor must identify you as resident in this local government. Unfortunately, he's not here today, but he will be here tomorrow. So she had to call Abuja to stay another day. And when she got there, they said, yes, he has arrived, and you can go to his office. And she walked majestically as Justice of the Supreme Court to meet her ward councillor. And as she entered, they said, Iwani. His ward councillor was the plumber fixing plumbing works in his house. That shows you the quality of people we have at our different local governments. And you could point accusing fingers to them, but the true question to ask is, are you available? Are you willing to add value to your local government? Are you willing to contribute your quota? Look at the churches. Imagine that every church in every local government decides to promote one candidate that is sound, that is competent, that is well educated, to represent them or their people in that local government. What a difference we will make as the salt of the earth and the light of the world. But we are not willing to be contaminated because we do not understand the principles of contact without contamination. You went into INEC. What contamination did you bring back? I went into politics. Let anybody point one thing that I did to compromise my values. Ladies and gentlemen, you can continue to blame the Constitution, but I've heard a word of wisdom today. That a bad Constitution, the hand of those who are sound in mind, sound in ethics, would take us farther than a good Constitution in the hands of thugs and embezzlers who have learned from their masters to maintain the status quo. It's up to us if there's going to be any change. I would have wanted to say more, but I won't. I've said enough in the past. A few days ago, a few months ago, I met with the Vice Chancellor of University of Lagos, Madam Chancellor, and the Director of the Lagos University of Lagos Business School. I said, the Citadel Global Community Church, thank you for reminding me, because I think I've left you in the spirit. I'm going somewhere else. I've been with you for 35 years. I've done enough. It's time to fix Nigeria. We are going to focus our attention until this nation becomes a better nation. I met with them that we will need to invest in our local government and the quality of people there. And not only that, we want to raise a generation that can maintain the standard of God, of his kingdom, and the standard of winning by righteousness in politics in Nigeria. And they said, what do you want to do? I said, by the grace of the living God, come April 1, 2025, we will start the Citadel School of Government. And they said, and we want it affiliated with the University of Lagos so that you can check what we are doing. You can give us lecturers. We have reached out to Harvard. We have reached out to Oxford, to Nigerians in the diaspora, to come there and render services to train people who will eventually take the nation further. If you don't train them, you can't blame them. And we are going to bring local government chairmen into that school to train them so that the dividends of democracy can be truly delivered to our people. And they said, how about the curriculum? Well, 2 days ago, I gave the curriculum to both of them. Citadel School of Government, curriculum, program, and structure. And when Professor Adebamawo looks through, he said, you have finished everything. It looks like there's nothing more to add. I said, even tortoise has little wisdom. Ladies and gentlemen, get involved in governance of your nation, and as a voter or someone to be voted for. You can't continue to complain that the gutter is dirty when you're not willing to wash it. If everybody will keep the front foyer of his house or her house neat, the entire nation will be neat. Let me close with this. A preacher was busy on a Saturday night preparing a message, and his son was pumping in and coming out. And the preacher said, how can I stop this fellow? He looked at the magazine in front of him. I know some of you have heard the story before. It was a picture of the map of the world. He said, okay, son, this is a picture of the map of the world. I'm tearing it into pieces, and I want you to put it together. The son said, okay, Dad. Went aside to the living room, and in less than 5 minutes, he came back with a picture of the world put together. And his father looked at him. At about age 9 or 10, are you this smart to be able to put a picture of the world together? How do you know where Yugoslavia is? How do you know where China is? How do you know where Africa is? And he looked at his father. He said, Dad, I don't know where those countries are. I'm hearing of them for the first time. But when you lifted the paper before, I saw the picture of a man behind. And I know I may not be able to get a picture of the world and put it together. I know how a man looks. When I fix the man, I fix the world. When you fix Nigerians, you fix Nigeria. Thank you for being here this afternoon. God bless you, and God lead you back home safely. I'm very grateful to you, Dean, the representative of the governor, my brother Mark Igini, and Professor Taiwo Oshikito, I'm not surprised that you printed everything and distributed free. That is the spirit of our Kabbalism. We'll continue to be generous forever, and the generous shall stand in the days to come. We are grateful to you. God bless you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you very much, sir. While still standing, it's been a long day. Can we please have Pastor Esther Ibanga? Okay, thank you very much, ma, for the closing prayer. Easy. Thank you.
Thank you. Praise the Lord. To God be the glory, great things he so loved he the world, he gave through Jesus the Son, and give him the glory, great things he has done. Father, we give you the glory for what you have done this morning. We thank you for honoring your servant, Pastor Tunde Bakare. We know that honor and promotion does not come from the north or south or east or west. It comes from you. And it has pleased you to honor your servant this day. We say glory be to your name in the name of Jesus. We thank you for all the discussions that have taken place. Thank you that you are raising a new breed of Nigerians with solutions and answers to the problems of this nation. You have shown us that a Nigeria that works is possible. And Father, thank you for that seed that has been stirred up in our hearts of a new Nigeria that will work, that is changed, that is transformed, to the praise and the glory of your name. Thank you for a new constitution with good operators in the name of Jesus Christ. And what you have stirred in our hearts today, Father, I pray that as many as you are calling to be part of the vision of this new nation, Lord, we will follow as our leader leads, and we will take our rightful places to rebuild the ruins of this nation in the mighty name of Jesus. We thank you and we give you praise. As we live here, we live in your presence. We ask, oh God, that you continue to expound that which we have heard today and position us for the new Nigeria. Thank you for the organizers of this program. Thank you for the church. Thank you for using it as a light. Now the nation will look to the church for every solution. And we will arise and we will build. In the mighty name of Jesus. We give you praise and glory, for in Jesus' mighty name we have prayed. Amen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. God bless you all.
Thank you very much. The meeting is hereby declared closed in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Thank you for coming. CJ, please, let's have the